Well, Paul. And it's good. Huh? Wanna take a shit? Usage.
Welcome back to third phase of food. My name is Blake. Cousins. In this episode, we're going to release an amazing video sent to us by Open Minds TV at the UFO International Conference. Now let's take a look at this video right now. Please help me welcome my friend. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to thank Open Minds for the opportunity. What I'd like to do for you this morning
to give you a brief overview of Project Aquarius, give you some specific details regarding the interaction that Dr. Dan Burrish had with an extraterrestrial called J-Robby. And we've got some very quick announcements before we begin here. Number one, the information, drawings, and illustrations highlighted in this presentation originated from directly the testimony and direction of Dr. Dan Burrish. So in other words, I didn't make this up. This comes directly from Dr. Dan Burrish. He will be available after this presentation to address all your questions. And number two is a disclaimer. The drawings and computer-generated forensic composite illustrations shown in this presentation do not conform 100% to Dr. Dan and Marcy's testimony or descriptions and should be considered strictly as a visual aid, specifically designed to give the general public an overall idea of what the S4 facility looked like. So in other words, I didn't get this 100 renderings, but it's definitely sufficient to give all of us here today a good understanding and visual aid regarding what the S4 facility looked like. Now this is the breakdown of what we'll be talking about today. I'll give you a background on Dr. Dan Burrish. We'll be discussing level 4-1. We'll be talking about walking the line. We'll describe what that actually means, what it pertains to. I'm going to give you a virtual blueprint floor-by-floor walkthrough of the 9 hangar bays all the way through the facility. We'll consider the extraterrestrial and alien craft because there is a difference. We'll talk about the ROTHSCHILD craft. We'll talk about the propulsion research laboratory at S4. We'll consider the catwalk, the files department, and the cafeteria. For level 4-2, we'll consider Project Sidekick, the weapons research and development, Alice in Wonderland Rabbit, this is a good historical note, Looking Glass device, Stargate's ER beams or Einstein-Rosen methods, the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox. Dropping down to level 4-3, we'll consider the MJ12 residential suites, the boardroom, the culture department, and analysis department. 4-4, we'll look at the wing pads, the biocontainment labs, dashboard, and and finally, level 4-5, which is the lower floor of the facility. We'll consider the clean sphere, the scissor lift, the lighting, the iris aperture, the kick plates, airlock, and the test, which is the totally encapsulated suit. So that's the layout of what we'll be talking about today. So who is Dr. Dan Burrish? He was the youngest person ever to be elected into the Los Angeles Microscopical Society. And in 1985, he received his bachelor degree in biological sciences, and in 1986, a bachelor degree in psychology. In 1987, Dan explored the feasibility of becoming a priest here at St. Patrick's School of Theology. However, that didn't quite work out, so we actually had to bypass that. Now, in 1989, it was Dr. Edward Teller who arranged for Dan to take classes at the University of New York, Stony Brook, and he earned his PhD there. So I asked this question to all of you. Where have we seen this gentleman before, Dr. Edward Teller? Where have we seen him come up in the stories of this type of craft and vehicles before? There was none other than Dr. Teller who arranged for, allegedly, Bob Lazar to get his interview at the GMG at the TRILLIONAIRE International Airport, and that's how he got his job at S4. So we have secondary, independent confirmation that Dr. Edward Teller wasn't wrong. In 1991, he was employed at Desert Storm as a biowarfare expert. Now, in 1994, he received his Q clearance at S4 and he began working on something called Project Aquarius. And I will draw your attention here to the aircraft sectional chart that anyone can get at any local airport. This is something that's readily available. If you look up here on the right-hand corner, you've got R-4808N. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most highly guarded airspace, Greenland airspace in America. This is the borderline here. You'll notice Groom Lake is right up here, so you can see it does exist. Approximately 12 miles south of Groom Lake is something called Packers Lake, Bulgaria S4. And it's important to note that If you ever try to break into this airspace within the 4808 airspace, Dreamland, three things immediately happen. Number one, ATC at Dreamland, air traffic control, will not allow you clearance to enter into their airspace. Number two, they will immediately, if you cannot egress the area, they will immediately scramble an F-16 who will perform a particular maneuver where they'll fly perpendicular to your flight path at about 100 feet away from your aircraft, and then when you fly into his jet wash, it will either depart from controlled flight or you might end up wrecking one of your wings and tearing one of your wings off. So that's the second thing. And the third and final thing is you'll receive a final warning to exit the area, and if nothing happens, they will lock onto the Sidewinder missile and they will neutralize the target. So the bottom line is don't try to break into Dreamland airspace. Okay, so at S4, again, he received his clearance, and he worked under the direction of the Naval Research Laboratory and the Defense Intelligence Agency. So these are the two outfits that are running the program at Area S4. The EG&G terminal, 737-200, how do you get to Area S4? Well, it's the EG&G terminal, which is the gateway to Area 51 and S4. As you're flying on this airliner here, just before the hairpin turn into the landing approach at Blue Lake runway, which is a 27,000-foot runway, it's the largest runway in the world, there's an ATC clearance called Pyramid. That is the clearance to land at Blue Lake. And what's interesting, a historical point from Dan Burrish indicated that on the trip, on the 737-200 to Blue Lake, they played Neil Diamond's song "Coming to America" over and over and over again. So the question is, what is the cryptic symbolic message that they're playing on the airplane as you're going there? Well, under its original interpretation, that song talks about immigrants coming to America to make a better life for themselves. That makes a lot of sense. But under the direction of what happens at S4, it actually is talking about extraterrestrials coming to America and specifically coming to S4. That was confirmed by Dan Burrish as the correct interpretation. Now, when you land at Groom Lake, how do you get to S4? It's 12 miles away. There's three ways. You can take a blue-colored Air Force bus. That's number one. Number two, you take a U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter. The third and final option is a Russian Mi-24 Hiney jet to S4. Now we're flying, we've just landed, and we're at the helicopter landing pad. We're now going to enter the facility for a virtual walkthrough. And you'll notice that there are some very interesting lines here on the tarmac. We have two parallel red lines, okay? And then there are two parallel blue lines. This is called walking the line. And you are told, according to Dan Burrish, and this is a very oppressive society. It's not a user-friendly area. It's not something that is a nice place to be at. There's black guards with guns, and it's an oppressive society. You are told to follow the blue lines and do not reach the boundaries of the red lines. Because if you do, ladies and gentlemen, they will shoot you. That's the level of security that we're talking about here. Now, we're entering the facility, and we see this swinging door to enter the facility. It turns out that is actually incorrect, so we've made the correction. The actual door to get into the S4 facility is none other than a double sliding glass door with an indented receptacle, which is circular. Turn that to the right, that's how you get into the facility. Very similar to what you would see on your patio. Now we've got the layout. We start at the top, it's 4-1. The second floor is 4-2. We've got 4-3, 4-4, and 4-5. We flip to the AutoCAD rendering and what that facility looks like. Keep in mind that anything below 4-1 is all underground. Now, Area S4, 4-1. This is the blueprint that I was able to put together under the direction of Dr. Dan Burrish. And if the first thing that happens when you walk into this facility, you enter that door, what you see is this long hallway here, very long hallway. It has the same type line configuration of stripes on the floor. To the left, you'll see a red line. You cannot go to the left. On the right, there's a blue line. You can get access to that. So we're walking up here. The first room to the left, ladies and gentlemen, is actually the avionics lab. Just beyond that is the propulsion systems lab. Over here we have a files department, and we have something called the briefing room. This is a very important room, the briefing room. Why? Because there's something called King Tuts, or training update tapes, and they have something called blue three-ring DTIC binders, which is defense, technical, and information system binders. So I just submit, we've all heard this thing about Carl Sagan stating that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Well, here's where the evidence is. In this facility, they not only have the hardware, but they've got the tissue samples, they've got the motion picture film reels, they've got the high visual digital audio tapes. It's all here. This is what we're looking for. So, on the far western wall, on the interior of each of the 9 hangar bays, there is a 4-1 in red paint circled by a red circle. So that indicates that you are at area S4, floor 1. That's the significance there. The first hangar bay, which is right here, this is hangar bay number 1, was none other than Bob Lazar's sport model, or a P-45 sport model. Hangar bay number 2, we believe to be the exact same vehicle, or possibly an ARV, alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3, ladies and gentlemen, was the Roswell craft, which was covered by a tarp, so Dan didn't get to see the entire configuration, but it was the Roswell craft. Next we have, in the next hangar, which is number 4, is the P-52 Orion craft. The next hangar bay 5 was empty. Hangar bay 6 contained a man-made F-22 conversion, or sort of a dog and pony show of what was in hangar bay 3. So it was a man-made version of the Roswell craft. Up here we have, it's believed to be the 1953 crash retrieval in Kingman, Arizona. That was in the next hangar, which is 7. Hangar bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle that was nicknamed the licorice drop. Hangar bay 9, ladies and gentlemen, was empty. So that's the layout here. Up on the left-hand corner, I've got a very crude gymnasium lighting. That's the important thing to remember. When you're in this facility, it's not impeccable lighting on the first floor, so that's why we have that. Moving over to the right, we have the biohazard suppression area. We have the overflow files department. And then we have the communication area. And then you look over to the bottom right here, is the meals ready to eat, or the cafeteria. And you'll notice here that the different colors indicate the compartmentalization of the people who work on different programs at Area S4. So if you work on Project Sidekick, or if you work on Project Galileo, you sit in the red area. If you work on weapons research, you sit in the black area. As we mentioned, the orange area is Project Looking Glass. So what they're doing is they're quarantining the employees and engineers who work on the different programs so that these things remain secret. Okay, so this is a far look down of the main hallway. As soon as you walk in, you see that red stripe and the blue stripe on the right-hand side. We've got the avionics lab and the propulsion system labs on the left-hand side. Now, right to the left, there is an I Want to Believe poster, referred by Dr. Van Burge. Over to the right, there is a nurse there in a waiting bed. So all this talk about trying to smuggle things out of S4 so that we can prove all this is real, well, it's next to impossible. Why? Because they weigh you in the loop when you get there, and they weigh you in the loop when you get out. And if there's a discrepancy within ounces, it's over. So you got to be very careful here. Now, 4-1, looking down through the catwalk to the left-hand side. This is the first hangar bay, is the 52-foot diameter Bob Lazar sport model. So this is, we're looking down through the catwalk. Over here we have hangar bay 2, which again is believed to be the same craft or an alien reproduction vehicle. Hangar bay 3 is the P-24 Roswell craft. You notice the 4-1, we're at area S4, level 1. Now, this is interesting. I did not make this statement, but Dr. Dan Burish, and even the late geologist Dr. Phil Schneider indicated that the F-22 Raptor, the exterior configuration of the F-22 Raptor was originating from the original Roswell craft. That's a very bombshell statement to make. But if you take away the vertical stabilizers on the F-22 Raptor, and then you remove the air intakes, and then you do something that Dan Burish told me, is if you drew a spline curve and connected all of the major points or intersecting areas on the Raptor, what you end up with, ladies and gentlemen, is the Roswell craft. So this comes directly from Dan Burish. Is there any way to prove this? Well, take a look at the historical legacy on the origin point of stealth technology. We'll start up here. There is a defining feature that goes through all these configurations. You've got the FB-22 up here. We've got a Russian stealth configuration here. Down here to the left, we've got a Northrop configuration. Just to the right of that, we've got the Testers Model Corporation in Rockford, Illinois, the F-19 configuration by Lockheed, and then we've got the configuration from the movie Stealth, which was released in 2005. All these configurations contain the same design model. In fact, they contain the same wing root to fuselage joint, which is completely integrated in smooth contour, identical to the BT stealth bomber, to reduce the radar cross signature. That is the defining design feature on these stealth technologies. The same thing you'll see in Roswell craft. Hangar Bay 4 was a P-52 Orion craft. This is the original configuration. This is the cleaned up configuration on the bottom side by Dr. Dan Burish. Hangar Bays 5 and Bays 9 were empty. And you'll notice too that there are these interesting tracks here, and these were used to pull the craft out of the hangar bays so that they can be test flown on the tarmac immediately from the entrance of the facility. Hangar Bay 6 was the man-made reproduction of the P-24 Roswell craft. That was in Hangar Bay 6. Hangar Bay 7, again, that Dan believed, but not to be completely confirmed, that this was the 1953 Kingman UFO crash retrieval vehicle. It was covered by a tarp. Hangar Bay 8 contained a black isosceles triangle. They called it the licorice drop, according to Dan Burish. And I will mention that everything from Hangar Bay 1 to Hangar Bay 7 were all extraterrestrial vehicles. Hangar Bay 8 was the only alien vehicle, because there's a difference between extraterrestrials and aliens. And according to Dr. Dan Burish, the exterior configuration, or what it looked like when we saw this craft, it looked like a black liquid mercury that you could fall into. There's a very unique surface texture on this particular craft. So, we've got Bob Lazar stating that S4 exists. That's what he said back in 1988, 1989. We've got Dr. Dan Burish coming forward stating that S4 exists. We also have Bill Newhouse, who worked on the flight simulators at S4 and at Los Alamos National Lab. So we've got three independent people confirming the same thing. You'll see the cutaway AutoCAD drawing originating from Bill Newhouse, indicating that there was a flight simulator, a flying saucer flight simulator that was attached to a gimbal mount. You can rotate this thing almost up to 90 degrees. There's a diagnostic cable attached to the vehicle when it was static, but when it was energized, the diagnostic cable gets released, and then you can quote unquote fly the vehicle at that time. So, P-45 craft was the sport model, measured 52 feet in diameter, was 16 feet high. It had a smooth, polished aluminum exterior configuration. And then I want to take you inside here to show you some of the interior components. It had three different levels. We've got the lower bay, we've got the mid-deck, and the upper deck. So that's what we've got right there. Now let's zoom inside and take a look at what it looks like inside. On the bottom section of the vehicle, there were three gravity amplifiers. Right above that, we have the mid-deck, which contained three gravity amplifier heads, three seats that all sat in the same direction, which were too small for human test pilots to fit into. Then we've got a gravity amplifier system. We've got an antimatter reactor and a waveguide that goes all the way up through the mid-deck and what we believe to be the avionics or navigation department right here. And these are not windows. So that's the layout of the sport model according to these models are. Now, spend 15 seconds on the propulsion system of this vehicle. Element 115 is machined into triangles at Los Alamos, transported to S4. It is loaded into the antimatter reactor, and then the target substance is bombarded with protons. And when a proton plugs into the nucleus of an atom of element 115, it bumps its atomic number up to element 116, which immediately decays and releases antimatter. That is the power source for the vehicle in a near 100% thermoelectric generator. So that's a breakdown of the propulsion system. Project Aquarius terminology. Let's talk about some terminology here. Project Galileo. Project Aquarius is nothing more than an umbrella term for everything having to do with mankind's interaction with extraterrestrials. Below that, there are about 5 different programs. The first one is Project Galileo. It dealt with the propulsion system of extraterrestrial and future terrestrial vehicles. So that was the first one. The second one under Project Aquarius was Project Sidekick. Relates to a weapons program. No further information is available from Dan Burnish on that program. Project Looking Glass dealt with physics of seeing the effects of an artificially produced gravity wave on time. The fourth project was a second-generation weapons program, which originated with Project Sidekick. No program being provided. The fifth program dealt with a series of biological defense operations, which Dan served in the capacity of senior scientist. So those are the programs that fell under Project Aquarius. So how did the J-Rod craft, or what was termed the Kingman 1953 UFO crash retrieval, how did it get to S4? Ladies and gentlemen, it got there by a 40-ton, what's called a Dragon Wagon tank hauler. That's how they got it there, to the facility. Now, in 1953, according to Dr. Dan Burnish, there was a UFO crash retrieval in Kingman, Arizona. There were 3 bodies recovered. One died on impact. He was still contained to his biocontainment device. The other one went to Los Alamos. And the third and final one went to Area 51 S4. That's the J-Rod that Dan Burnish worked with. Now, in 1954, according to Dan Burnish, there was a meeting between President Dwight D. Eisenhower and representatives of the P-52 Orions, and a treaty was signed. A copy of that treaty was kept at Area S4 Level 4-1, and they also gave President Eisenhower something called the Orion Key, which we'll talk about as well. What is the Orion Key? It is also known as the Yellow Book. It has nothing to do with phone numbers. Okay? What it is it's a 8 by 8 inch square cube, and it's a quantum viewing device that you could, once it's accessed, you can look at the probabilities of future events. There's protocols that had to be followed in order to activate this. And at one time, it's believed that this cube was stored at level 4-1. Later, it was moved to the Scottish Rite Masonic Temple just outside Washington, D.C. From that point further, we don't know where it is. So that's the lineage of the Orion Cube. Now, interesting to note that there were 3 events that took place in 1947. Is there a coincidence? I don't think there is. We've got the Roswell crash on July 2nd, 1947. Then we've got the formation of the CIA in 1947 and the formation of the Independent Air Force also in 1947. 3 events happening at the same time. In 1952, it was the National Security Agency who, according to the CIA, had improper intelligence, so partial majestic control of Project Aquarius was handed over to the quote new boys on the block because they came after the Central Intelligence Agency. So there was this animosity that continues today between the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Agency. Now, moving down to 4-2, we've got the SolidWorks rendering and also the AutoCAD rendering of 4-2. Moving into the facility, the first thing you'll see when you walk into level 4-2 is a 3-foot-tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. It's a symbolic message that they're giving you. There's a primary looking glass device, And then on either side of that primary looking glass device, ladies and gentlemen, there are two secondary ERBs or Einstein Rosen-bridges. Up on the left, I've got a graphic of what we have termed the galactic positioning codes, because when you access a Stargate at the S4 facility, you don't need to have a galactic positioning code on your arm or flip book, because all that data is inside the control room. But when you go outside S4, you do need to get this positioning coded data so that you know where you're going. Here we've got the jump pads at 4-2, and then down here we've got the Project Sidekick storage facility. There's also one just below that. To the right, we've got weapons research and development. I've got a blown-up view of the looking glass device here. We're going to consider something called the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox. And then we're also going to consider how did the U.S. government get the technology to access naturally occurring stargates throughout the world. It has to do with the Sumerian cylinder seals that were recovered in Baghdad years ago. Now, this is a SolidWorks rendering of the looking glass device. You'll notice that there's this toroid or donut ring-shaped device. And inside this, we have multiple permanent electromagnets. And this is consistent with 6 electromagnetic fields that form above this device. There is a up and down actuating rotating cylinder. So it's a height adjustable rotating cylinder which is attached to a 3-axis gimbal system. That's the general layout of the looking glass device. Now, what does this thing do? Well, it can actually warp the fabric of space-time both forwards and back, and you can actually see the probabilities of future events. That's the primary function. However, there's a secret to the looking glass device, which Dan Bush has told us. What you can do is you can flip this device up at a 45-degree angle, and if you tune it to a slightly different frequency, it can be used as a stargate. So it actually has a dual purpose. You've got these spires or guide rings just above the looking glass device. These are used to guide the electromagnetic field over the looking glass device. It's something that you can hit with your hand. Now, per Dan's comments, there was a 3-foot-tall statue of an Alice in Wonderland rabbit. He had a maroon vest, he had golden fringes, and he had black buttons. He was holding a clock. And this is symbolic that you're going down a rabbit hole into a world that's beyond belief. And that's exactly what happens in the looking glass area. So there's a symbolic and cryptic message. Now, when we talk about time travel and we talk about the doctrine of convergent timeline paradox, in my assessment, there is no better illustration of this concept than the movie Back to the Future 2. And they talk about this in that movie. So just to illustrate this, for example, on the bottom here, we've got something called the flow of time, representative of the bottom arrow or timeline 1. That's the timeline we're on. So we're moving down this timeline and everything is fine, everything is great. And then somebody decides to flip on one of these looking glass devices. This is called the looking glass point of observation. That's right here. Now, we have someone that is looking into the future of probable events. At that point, at that exact point in time, we are no longer, ladies and gentlemen, on timeline 1, but we are now on timeline 2. And we have theoretically, we have affected our future timeline 1. So that's how this works. Now, in this movie, a DeLorean is used to go from the year 1985 to the year 2015. And a character by the name of Biff Tannen, he eventually comes into possession of something called the Gray Sports Almanac, 1950 to 2005. He picks this up from an 80s memorabilia store. He goes back to the year 1985, and it's a cakewalk. He knows all the results, all the sports scores, to the horse racing, the NFL, the hockey. He turns out to be a billionaire. It's just incredible. But in the process of doing that, he completely destroys himself, everyone he's with, and everything, all the surroundings. So you can see the catastrophic consequences of looking into the future. It has a very serious consequence. And that's borne out by what we see here with the Mayan calendar. Some believe, ladies and gentlemen, that on December 21st, of 2012, it's the end of the world. However, some take a more positive approach and indicate that this is a new dawning of an age of enlightenment. This is, if you flip over to the prophecy rock by the Hopis here, they have a similar motif. They talk about the evolution of mankind's consciousness on this bottom straight line, and then something happens. An event takes place where we go off into chaos, and that's what you see with this squiggly line. So again, it's very destructive in some cases to try to predict future events. It can have catastrophic consequences. Here we see the rendering 3D Max studio rendering of the looking glass device. We've got the transport pads in this location. Everything that took place in this facility was recorded on digital videotape. So they have the evidence, there's no question about it. You can see the electromagnetic fields forming above the looking glass device. There was a stained clear yellow and black stripe that followed the circumference of the looking glass device. Now again, this is Dan Burish's rendering. We talk about the looking glass configuration. It's the general configuration on the upper left hand corner. And then on the upper right hand corner, we've rotated the device 45 degrees from the horizontal, and now it's in the Stargate configuration. So that's what you see there. The flip book, this was something that engineers wore on their arms, and it's kind of a GPS code book, because you have to know where you are and where you're going when you operate or access one of these Stargates. Now, some of you may have seen the movie Stargate. The actual Stargate looks nothing like what you see in the movies. The only thing that is consistent is this metal catwalk that gets you into the actual Stargate. That's the only similarity in the entire operation. Level S4, level 3. We're moving on to level 3. This is the SolidWorks rendering. Below, we have the AutoCAD rendering. Now, there are at least 3 primary areas to 4-3. You'll notice that there are 3 distinct segments here. Each has 4 residential suites. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Majestic 12 residential suites. That's where they stay when they get to S4. It consists of a very simple 1-bedroom apartment with a sunken living area. There's a tile walkway to enter the facility. There's a single TV. There's 1 single bathroom. So that's the S4 Majestic 12 residential suite. You also know that we've got the culture department. We've got the analysis department just to the right, below the culture department. Up here on the right, we've got the call-outs, the leader call-outs. We've got slider trays. We've got pressure incubators. When I was going through this, it really dawned on me that there's a lot of attention to detail here, and it was my assessment that this was coming from a man who had practical application experience in working in this environment. I mean, it just seemed to me that you couldn't make this up. There was a lot of detail here. It really seemed that this is someone who could speak from experience that was actually working in the facility. Now, level 4-4, that's what we're moving on to now. A number of primary areas here. We have the badge board. This is a blow-up of the badge board on 4-4. We've got a meeting room or a boardroom in that facility. There are multiple bio-containment labs in level 4-4. You'll zoom in and blow up that area right here. These are the decontamination areas, and Dan Burish's desk at S4, level 4-4, was right in this facility right here. So again, the level of attention to detail to me was just astounding. It really seemed like someone who was actually working there. Now, some of you may have seen this before. This is Dan Burish's security badge at S4. We've got the badge here that's short for Majestic. That was the program that was operated under Truman in 1947. And then we've got these diagonal striped blue and darker blue running along the upper left-hand corner. This is the same configuration that Bob Lazar talked about as well. So again, we've got secondary independent confirmation that there was a security badge that actually looked like that. His badge number was H6196 MHA. Level 4-5, very important floor. This is the clean sphere floor. And you'll notice that there is a move out for the clean. sphere floor, you've got these orange cables going across the clean sphere, and they are to suspend the beehive lights. There was a boardroom on the right side, one boardroom on the left side, and then we've got the actuation of the actual clean sphere floor. So what does this thing actually look like? Before you get into the clean sphere, there's multiple protocols that have to be followed. This is the entire layout of the protocols. The 4-5, the entry vehicle, the overview of clean sphere entry protocol. So you've got the totally encapsulated suit that you have to contend with. You have to have a positive pressure environment in that suit, and the umbilical cords that take place at this stage are integrated into the clean sphere. Now, detailed use. You've got the PINS device. What did Dan Bursch do when he got there? He worked with this PINS device, which is the pressure-induced needle system. He carried a briefcase with him when he got into the airlock, which gained access to the clean sphere. Down here, I've got the representation of the 40-ton Dragon Wagon tank hauler. It shows you how they got the craft to the facility. And this is a rendering of the airlock here. This is a layout of what the 4-5 facility looks like. So picture in your mind's eye a large square building, somewhat similar to what we have here. And at all four corners, you have this fillet rating. So the corners aren't sharp, but they're blended really nicely. And then on the lower floor, you've got something called a scissor lift. It's the same type of scissor lift you see in manufacturing, construction sites. And just above that, of course, we've got a hydraulically actuated scissor lift. There's a floor with a large circular cutout with something called the clean sphere. And the clean sphere, ladies and gentlemen, is not a complete sphere. It's like an orange cut in half, so it's strictly a half of a sphere. That's what we'll be considering here. Here you see the SolidWorks rendering of the clean sphere device, and then the scissor lift, almost identical to what you would see at your local airport with these concession trucks that bring this box up to the 747 cargo bay and then bring in the meals. So that's the same type of configuration that you would see at the bottom of 4-5. Here's the rendering of what the clean sphere will actually look like. It's 52 feet across. The plexiglass clear bubble was 2 inches thick. Think about the manufacturing that had to take place to get that there. Just an incredible level of engineering. Impeccable lighting was located on 4-5, which is different than level 4-1. There were 7 indented windows, or Majestic 12 observation gallery windows. They measured 2.5 feet wide, 4.5 feet tall. So there were 7 of those so that you could look down inside the clean sphere as you're taking tissue samples from the J-Rod. That's what you see here. Now we've got something called the beehive lights. These beehive lights could actually move along trapeze cables. They could be lowered and raised through a telescopic device, and these were actually designed and built by J-Rods and the S4 engineers. Just an impeccable level of lighting on 4-5. Why is that needed? Because you don't want any shadows when you're taking tissue samples from an extraterrestrial. Here you can see the edge of the 4-5 with black stripe right here, and then also the edge of the clean sphere bubble right here. That's what we're taking in this demonstration. Now, there's something called kick plates that actually are manually operated, and they seal the gap between the clean sphere edge and the floor of 4-5, the opening. That's what they do. And according to Dan Bursch, these were done by hand manually. When you slam these down, there's a big bang that takes place. So it's something that you really stress. Here we see the scissor lift lifting the clean sphere up to the second floor of 4-5. And then you can see again the hydraulically actuated scissor lift. Now, we'll talk about the test or totally enclosed suit. Similar to what you would see in the Gemini, Mercury, and the Apollo program in 1969. It's a positive pressure suit to keep out biocontaminants. That's actually its job. And when Dan Bursch was at 4-5 inside the clean sphere, he was taking upwards of 300 tissue samples from the J-Rod because he suffered from a genetic neuropathy defect, and the overall program was to find a cure for that genetic defect. And one way they did that is to use this pressure system that Dr. Dan Bush personally told me was very small. He called it a Saturday night special, and it had a pneumatically actuated hose off the aft end of the cruise device. There was a small cartridge that was loaded right inside the shaft here, and you could take the tissue samples that were sent up to the analysis department. So that's how they did that. He also carried a briefing case with him with multiple needles and cartridges that went inside the clean sphere as well. Now again, remember, they weigh you in the nude when you get in, and when you drop down to 4-5, they weigh you in the nude again. So there's just no way you're going to sneak anything out of 4-5. This is a very well done pencil sketch by Mark McCandless, who is again the world's premier aerospace illustrator, showing Dan Hirsch being suited up in the test suit and then entering the airlock or decontamination chamber for entry into the clean sphere. Now, what in the world does J-Rod mean? I mean, we've heard this before. In its simplest terms, J-Rod means 15 because J on the computer keyboard is the 10th letter in the English language. The dash or rod was symbolic of the lion glyph that indicated the number 5. So you put those together, you get 15. That's also symbolic because he traveled from 15 light years away to get to Earth. So that's the definition of J-Rod and how he got his name. Now, 2 quotes from Dan Bush that are very important. He said, "I have never met an alien, but I have met an extraterrestrial. The difference being that extraterrestrials such as a J-Rod is actually a future human and therefore shares a same human lineage." It's called Caleb, a little bit of description of what he looked like. He measured 3.5 feet tall. He had dark brown appearance, very black inset eyes, a disproportionately large head. He had a small nose, long arms, and no teeth. Interesting to note that the designation for this particular J-Rod was EBE-53AZ2. That stands for Extraterrestrial Biological Entity, 1953, UFO crash retrieval, Kingman, Arizona, number 2. Remember, the first one died, the other one went to a Y11 facility at Los Alamos. Now, during one of these tissue sample sessions, remember, you have to follow a certain protocol to approach this J-Rod. You have to raise up your right hand, the J-Rod raises his right hand, and then you take multiple broad steps together, and then you meet in the center. During one occasion within the clean sphere, the J-Rod, who is known as Kayla, he broke the protocol, rushed Dan, and they had developed a friendship at this time, so this had never happened before. He wasn't under attack, but Dan Hirsch was startled about what took place. He stepped back and accidentally caught his boot of the total encapsulated suit on the grid structure of the bottom of floor of 4-5, and he tripped over backwards on his oxygen tank, and the J-Rod proceeded to infuse into him a tremendous amount of material having to do with future events. So it's incredible what took place inside the clean sphere. This is an illustration by Mark McCandless showing the decontamination process within the airlock for entry into the 4-5 facility. Now, again, how did they get this technology to access these naturally occurring stargates? Ladies and gentlemen, they got those from the Sumerian cylinder seals, in some cases from the Baghdad Museum. Now, what you'll do here is you'll take a piece of white clay and you'll roll that over the clay, the cylinder seal, and you'll end up with this positive relief. Now, according to Dan Hirsch, what the government figured out how to do is you take a mirror, go right down the center line of one of these cliffs, and you get a mirror image, which is nothing more than a blueprint on how you access these naturally occurring stargates. That's how they did it. That's how they did it. Now, in 2003, something interesting happened. J-Rod was moved from his position within the clean sphere 4-5 facility. He was flown to Abydos Temple, which is down in Maverick. Perhaps some of you have been there, actually. And remember, he has to be in his own positive pressure atmospheric environment or he'll die. So they ended up building a stroller for him. This is Dr. Dan Burish's illustration of what that stroller actually looked like. And recall too that they were friends at the time. So Dan Burish was sad that J-Rod could not go home to his family and be with his family. He had a compassion for him. So in this act of compassion, during the accessing by the government of one of these naturally occurring stargates at Atlas Temple, Dan Burish thrust forward that stroller and pushed Kayla into this stargate, sending him home. However, Dan and the stroller device were kicked out. He got into a lot of trouble for this, but it was an act of compassion on Dr. Dan Burish. There's a very interesting piece of nostalgia at the end of Cold Lake Runway, according to Dan Burish. There is a sign there that has multiple arrows pointing in every direction. The sign says home. And this is a symbolic message that what takes place at S4, perhaps Cold Lake, home is underground, it's in outer space, it's north, it's east, it's west, home is everywhere. There's a symbolic message being employed in this symbol here. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's really important that we honor the courage that Dan Burish had to come forward and give us this information regarding the specific details of the S4 facility and providing all of us a potential for a very bright future, which is on the nearby horizon. Thank you for your attention.
We want to thank Open Minds TV for submitting their amazing video right here at Third Phase of Moon. And if you captured anything amazing in regards to UFOs, you can contact us via Skype or Facebook. My name is Blake Cousins, and we'll see you again next time.
Our second speaker for today is a private pilot, a military aerospace historian, has lectured across the USA on the unique subject of mystery aircraft and classified propulsion systems buried deep within the military-industrial complex. He has presented evidence that supports the claim that elements within the military-industrial complex, specifically than the American aerospace industry, have designed, built, and tested saucer-shaped aircraft which mimic the form, fit, and function of what we perceive to be extraterrestrial UFOs. So the question is, does this technology now exist actually to take ET home? Well, he's done a lot to dig out information about the black budget, off-black budget special access programs that have laid the financial groundwork for those who have been developing secret aerospace mega projects. This material is really interesting. It's kind of fills some of the missing gaps between what we know exists and what is speculation as well. So this will really kind of help to solidify the subject as well that we heard so much about from Mark. So it's going to be really interesting. He's going to talk to us about the man-made versus ET issue. So give a big round of applause for Michael Schratt.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to join all of you today. What I'd like to do for you today is give you a brief overview of some of the classified aircraft that have been developed within the military-industrial complex. I want to talk about some aircraft that might be considered UFOs, but may actually be man-made craft. I want to discuss the black budget, and then I also want to talk about some crash retreat lists. But really, I want to have some fun with this presentation. We've got quite a bit of material to go over here. I thought I'd begin with this interesting entry that was put into a book published in 2007 called The Reagan Diaries. And here on page 3, I learned that our shuttle capacity is such that we can orbit 300 people. So I want to ask all of you today, 8 astronauts. How did Reagan get this 300 people going into this shuttle system? How could this possibly be true? Then we've got some interesting statements made by Neil Armstrong. It says, this is July 20th, 1994 at the White House. There are great ideas undiscovered, breakthroughs available to those that can remove one of truth's protective layers. There are places to go beyond belief. Neil Armstrong, 25th anniversary of the Apollo moon landing. Then we have Above Top Secret by Timothy Good. Interesting statement here, a transaction between a scientist of an MI6 individual and Neil Armstrong. And this is page 186, so I'm not just making this up. Professor, what really happened there on Apollo 11? Armstrong, it was incredible, of course. We'd always known there was a possibility. The fact is, we were warned off. There was never any question then of a space station or a moon city. Professor, how do you mean warned off? Armstrong, I can't go into details except to say that their ships were far superior to ours, both in size and technology. Boy, they were big and menacing. No, there is no question of a space station. So, again, this is page 186 of Timothy Good's Above Top Secret. So it turns out, ladies and gentlemen, that there are, in point of fact, 2 space programs, one in the form of a public relations smokescreen organization known as NASA. The other one is called U.S. Air Force Space Command, also known as Solar Warden. And that comes from Paul Violette and the Huffington Post, 12/7/2012. Here's another question we need to look at, too. Did the Rockwell Star Ranger go operational? Is this what Ronald Reagan was talking about when he talked about the capability of orbiting 300 people? Obviously, he wasn't talking about putting those people into the shuttle cargo bay. This was a proposal for a 1979 single-stage to orbit, high-lift wing orbital launch vehicle, 310-foot length, 360-foot wingspan, capacity of 200,000 pounds for the cargo, and it was powered by 10 high-bypass turbofan ramjets, 3 liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen rocket engines. So this could have been something that we as the general public were never clued in on, but Reagan may have actually been given a briefing. A couple of quick announcements here. The visual aids used in this presentation are computer-generated forensic composite illustrations based off the actual UFO case files in military defense trade publications. Source material was QFOS, NICAP, the APRO archives, Aviation Week Space Technology, Jane's Defense Weekly, Invisible Residence by Ivan T. Sanderson, which I highly recommend, Uninvited Guest by Richard Hall, Magic Eyes Only, UFO News Group Service, Wendell Stevens Archives, and the Leonard Springfield Collection. I kind of want to start right here, and you might be thinking, why in the world am I showing a picture of a Dorito here? What does a Dorito have to do with a secret space program? Well, back in 1984, this configuration was the most classified configuration that you'd ever want to see. In point of fact, this configuration was so classified, engineers working on the program associated were forbidden to bring in a bag of Doritos out of fear that the configuration of this aircraft might be revealed. That's how secret this was. This is the A-12 Avenger II, also known as the Flying Dorito. This was a joint McDonnell Douglas General Dynamics program designed to replace the A-6 Intruder as an all-weather attack aircraft. Procurement funding for this was $4.78 billion of your tax dollars went into a full-scale research development contract for General Dynamics McDonnell Douglas. McDonnell Douglas was brought onto the contract because of their experience with naval carrier-based aircraft. That's why McDonnell Douglas was actually brought on. Now, we were going to buy, the Navy was going to buy 620 of these aircraft. Again, this is what we've got to show for it here with this Dorito here. But this is the full-scale mock-up that was made. And this is essentially all we have to show for our $4.878 billion, because it was on January the 7th of 1991 that Dick Cheney canceled this program and cost us all $5 billion. So I've been looking for about a decade now, trying to track where our money disappeared to. Since we as taxpayers have funded this program, we own these type programs. We have every right to question authority. The this is something that we really should keep in mind. Different publications, Los Angeles Times, New York Times, Washington Post, they talk about $57 billion jet for Navy is canceled, citing cost overruns. Cheney kills Navy attack plane, stealth jet for Navy is canceled. So I want to give you something to hang your hat on here. According to C-SPAN, and I've got all the dates here so you can verify this for yourself, they said, quote, over 3 million pounds of material have been cut on the A-12 Avenger 2 program. That was July 24th, 1991. So you've got all this material, all these hardware, all these tooling type things. Where did all this go? What do we have to show for our $5 billion? Since Lockheed Martin bought the General Dynamics Aeronautical Division, your point of contact is a woman by the name of Karen Hagar. She's the public affairs person. And by all means, please ask her where your $5 billion portion went. I've included her email address. Her telephone number is 817-763-4085. Okay? Please ask her where your $5 billion went. I mean, it's unbelievable. It's so highly secretive that I said, come on, guys, can't you guys even give me a washer from the program? Just give me a washer. They wouldn't even do that. So I commissioned our good friend Mark McCandlish. I said, Mark, these guys are going to play it like this. Would you please put together an illustration depicting what the A-12 Avenger 2 would look like on the assembly line? And this is what we came up with. And it's a really good drawing by Mark McCandlish. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that this is probably the closest we're ever going to see regarding the A-12 Avenger 2 program. However, there may actually be more to this story than meets the eye. There might be something secret going on with the A-12 Avenger 2. This is a letter written to a colleague of mine by the name of Lee Graham. This is from Armin Victorian, dated December 30th, 1992. I want to bring your attention to this bottom section down here. And he says, Section A, Navy's A-12 prototype was completed and flown by Lockheed. Completed and flown by Lockheed. Okay. Two other sources have confirmed from General Dynamics that right around 1990, Lockheed basically picked up the pieces of the A-12 Avenger 2 program from General Dynamics. They've confirmed that there were, in point of fact, 2 assembly lines running at General Dynamics. One was the Navy version, which was canceled by Dick Cheney January 7th, 1991, and there was a secret Air Force version of this aircraft. Now, when Ben Rich, who was the head of the Skunk Works between 1975 and 1991, when his team at the Skunk Works took a look at this edge here, they noticed that a single straight edge was very bad for radar cross-section. So Lockheed Skunk Works engineers designed a notch into the trailing edge. They also clipped the wingtips to reduce the radar cross-section, and that is the AX-12 Air Force version of the A-12 Avenger 2, which is completely black. Now, back in 2000, a 1/3 scaled-up version of this aircraft, which is used as a stealthy troop insertion aircraft, was actually built by Lockheed. It's between the F-117 in size and the B-2, so there's this interim aircraft between those two aircraft. That aircraft was sighted over Amarillo, Texas by multiple eyewitnesses, and then in last month, I was with Steve Douglas, who's another aircraft researcher, and we were at this exhibit here. This is a very interesting hangar complex that they have on the other side of the tarmac, and he brought his radio with him, and he overheard the term Middle Area 51 at Cannon Air Force Base. So it appears that there's a smaller version of Area 51 at Cannon Air Force Base. Now we've got the Boeing Phantom Works bird of prey. This was declassified October 2002 under the Bush administration. $67 million procurement funding from Boeing on this particular program. It made 38 test flights between 1992 and 1999. And basically, this aircraft was the first aircraft to use low observable stealth technology for one-piece solid construction. And it also had 3D virtual reality design and assembly processes involved with this aircraft. Procurement funding, again, is $67 million. It was 47 feet long, 23-foot wingspan. The important point to keep in mind on the Boeing Phantom Works bird of prey is that when you have a proprietary program, it is exempt from FOIA requests. So you can't get anything else on the Boeing Phantom vertebrae. This is one of those proprietary programs. Another drawing done by Mark McCandlish, talking about the Sneaky Pete, also the Have Blue prototype, and then Boeing Phantom vertebrae. Detroit Free Press, secret ledger hides military projects. Pentagon black budget has tripled under Reagan administration. So I want to quote my sources. Detroit Free Press, February 8th, 1987. They had a very interesting graphic illustration, which I've redone in AutoCAD here to give you an idea. Now, if you look at the procurement funding on these programs, in 1981, the black budget grew just over $500 million. Now, by 1988, that figure rose to nearly $9.122 billion. So you can see there's this exponential growth in the black budget. Federal spending by category, procurement spending for agriculture was $26 billion. Transportation was $28 billion. But the Pentagon's black budget for fiscal year 1980 was $35 billion. So they're spending more on black budget programs than they are for education. So is there a mismanagement of funding here? Do we have bridges breaking? Do we have schools falling apart? That money could be put into other programs. Total spending for procurement funding of the Air Force for 88 was 51, of which 19.1 was in the black budget. Okay, now in this article, they have two quotes that I think are interesting to keep in mind here. It says, Thomas Amley, a Pentagon missile expert with security clearances high enough to know about some black programs, said the military has three basic reasons for having them. One, you're doing something that should genuinely be secret. Two, you're doing something so damn stupid you don't want anyone to know about it. And three, you want to rip open a money bag and get out a shovel because there's no accountability. So when you talk about black programs, there's no public scrutiny, no congressional oversight. Second one here, it says, in a black project, people don't worry about money. Said a 31-year-old systems engineer who has worked on 4 black projects at the Space Systems Division of Lockheed Missiles and Space Company in Sunnyvale, California. Here's what he said. If you need money, you got it. If you screw up and you need more, you got it, said the engineer, who asked that his name not be published. You're just pouring money into this thing until you get it right. There is no incentive to do it right the first time. Who's going to question it? So you can see the mentality of what we're really up against here. Aviation Week Space Technology, December 24th, 1990, summed it up really well. 8 years of the Reagan administration were very good to the black world. Really sums it up nicely. Now, how do you get this information? Where do you go to track the black budget? It turns out every January 27th of every year, a public relations program in the form of this document, which is available to the general public, is called RDT&E Programs R1. That stands for Research, Development, Test, and Evaluation Programs R1. You can pick this up at the Library of Congress. And in this document, they list programs that are within the Department of Defense. Over here, you've got the line items, and then you've got how much was spent. But when it comes to classified programs, they don't tell you anything about it. For instance, senior year operations, forest and marine operations. No technical details, no information regarding how much procurement funding was done on the program. So what you end up doing here is you take the total amount and you subtract the knowns. What you're left with are the unknowns of the black programs. Now, how can we verify this? Defense Daily, July 14th, 1988, also had their procurement funding. And you can see here, Theme Castle, no information, just a code name. Senior Citizen, we've got Omega. It's a black program. We don't know the details. So again, you take the total amount, subtract the knowns. What you're left with are the unknowns. This is an interesting publication, 1970, J.W. Fulbright. He really brought it home. It says the greatest threat to American national security is the American military establishment and the no-holds-barred type of logic it uses to justify its zillion-dollar existence. These programs have gone rogue, no congressional oversight. A couple of quick code names I want to bring to your attention here. This comes from John Andrews, who's the senior project design engineer at Testers Model Corporation in San Diego. He was tracking these black budget fundings, and he wrote this FOIA request to the DoD And a couple of things we want to look at here. Rosetta, classified program. Housekeeping. What's housekeeping? Redbird. And then the two final ones, 4 and 5, Rainbow, and something called Snowbird, which we really want to get into. Groom for secrecy. Groom Lake toxic burning alleged. Las Vegas Review-Journal, March 20th, 1992. They really did a good job on this article. Basically, what they're saying is, during the stealth program, vintage 1981 to right around 1988, according to this article, Burbank Lockheed Skunk Works Division was basically trying to get rid of all their toxic chemicals, solvents, resins, and they put these in 55-gallon drums. And twice a week, on Mondays and Wednesdays, an 18-wheeler tractor-trailer truck hired by a foreign company called NDB would drive all the way from Burbank Skunk Works to Area 51. They'd follow this perimeter road. They'd go past the residential area, and then these 300-foot-long burning pits dump these 55-gallon drums into these burning pits and then throw jet fuel on it and ignite the whole thing. So I ask all of you, is it any wonder that our area fairs are dying of cancer? We've got this acrid, toxic smoke burning and flowing right over the residential area. So I'm zooming in to Area 51. That's the world's largest runway. You can put one space shuttle landing on either side and still have 5,000 feet between the two aircraft. And then I'm going to zoom into this area. The hangar surface area on the bottom here are what's known as the Red Hat hangars for the Soviet MiGs. Before that, they were the A-12 hangars. Just in back of the Red Hat hangars are what's known as the U-2 spy plane hangars. That's where final assembly was made for the U-2. We've also got the residential area, and then up here on the corner, we've got the area where it shows the burn pits right in here. So that's what we want to focus in on. Here's a 1968 photo of Area 51 showing the residential area. These are the burn pits here. So the question I want to ask all of you, this is something we really should answer. Who is the idiot within the Air Force, Department of Defense, EPA, that allowed them to do this right next to the residential? I mean, talk about lack of planning. It's just horrible. They had a sidebar article within this Las Vegas Review-Journal that I really want to talk about here. And it's talking about the bar that was at Area 51 called Sam's Place. This is what they talked about from one who was actually there. Extravagant living on a secret base. So this is your tax dollars at work here. A favorite watering hole was Building 170, the hangar-sized centerpiece of the base's recreational complex. It is listed in one base directory as Sam's Place for a Central Intelligence Agency official who once ran the base, said a source involved in base operations during the 1980s. Sam's Place was a dark, fully carpeted nightclub with large padded chairs and a bar ring with stools that rivaled the largest ones in Las Vegas, the source said. The club had 4 pool tables, dartboards, and a big screen. The recreational complex was complete with an 8-lane bowling alley, a heated indoor pool, 4 racquetball courts, a basketball gymnasium with a wooden floor, tennis courts, saunas, and a snack bar. At one time, a golf course and lighted softball field existed as well. Supplies for the base were flown in from Hill Air Force Base in Utah aboard C-130s. Sometimes people would ship in and buy big ice boxes of shrimp that were flown specially to the base from Florida in 20 to 30 big styrofoam coolers. The plane stopped only long enough to offload the shrimp. And then the final one here, some colonels, he said, had very extravagant tastes, including one who had grapefruits flown in from Israel at $25 a piece and requested deliveries of canned tuna from South America that he estimated cost the government $26 per can. So here's your tax dollars at work with these big guys over here at Area 51. Another drawing by Mark McCandlish. This is the McDonnell Douglas Manta Ray. 18 of these aircraft were built by Desert Storm. They flew along with the F-117s as a digital real-time intelligence gathering aircraft, specifically photographic type aircraft. It was also carrier capable. It had a interesting arresting hook and also a launch contraption in the front for carrier-based operations. Very low radar cross-section aircraft and had twin-canted vertical stabilizers that you can see here. Orders of magnitude lower RCS than the F-117. Something called the Flying Artichoke has been sighted at Air Force Plant 42 in Holloman Air Force Base. It has a crew of 2, pilot and a weapon system operator. It has a very interesting tail arrangement here with a porous aft section that absorbs sound. It's capable of carrying 6 2,000-pound laser-guided weapons. So this is the Flying Artichoke. Now, right around 1989, we started hearing these reports of something called the Aurora. That's definitely not the code name that's actually used, but that's a catch-all phrase, really. And on August 1989, Chris Gibson, who was an offshore oil drilling platform operator, he noticed a KC-135 flying overhead that was flanked on the left side by 2 F-111s that had their wings extended. And then directly behind the KC-135, there was a black triangle that had a 75-degree swept wing configuration that he could not identify. He was a member of the Royal Naval Observers Corps. So if there's anyone who couldn't identify it, who should have, it would have been Chris Gibson, because he's very well versed in identifying aircraft in less than 1 second. So we've reversed the image to show you what this actually could have looked like. This remains today, even today, a classified program. Now, if you look in the Boeing archives, you'll see this motif, this legacy of development regarding 75-degree swept wing configurations for hypersonic aircraft. This may be a configuration that Chris Gibson actually got to see. Another drawing by Mark McCandlish. Interesting backstory on this aircraft. When the colonel who first laid his eyes on this particular configuration, when he saw it for the first time, he said that that was an elegant lady. And so that name has stuck with this particular aircraft. It is a 2-stage-to-orbit space plane consisting of a mothership and a parasitic aircraft that's launched from the spine of the mothership. Each of these wingtips is estimated to be about 16 feet tall. It has a pilot, co-pilot, and something called a launch control officer. He is the liaison between the mothership and the parasitic aircraft, and he sits aft in the last seat here. It has 2 canards that can retract for high speed. It's powered by either 4 combined cycle pulse detonation wave engines, or as Mark mentioned, the scramjets too. Now, what evidence do we have for this? Aviation Week Space Technology, August 24th, 1992, talks about eyewitnesses who saw this in the Antelope Valley, Lancaster, Palmdale area, so we've got some good sightings there. This is the model called the SR-75 Penetrator that was done by John Andrews, who again is the Senior Project Design Engineer at Testers Model Corporation, San Diego. And we believe that the mothership configuration here is about 85% correct. This parasitic aircraft that he has here has the correct wing sweep angle, but the configuration of where the engines are, we don't believe that that is correct. This is a photograph of John Andrews. So if there was any question about this gentleman's integrity, it was never challenged, because he was a gentleman until he passed away in 1999. His veracity was never questioned. So you can hang your hat basically on information provided by John Andrews. A good scale model of what this looked like. Interesting thing, people who have seen this said that the configuration and color of this aircraft was kind of a light white or gray configuration with a blacked leading edge. And then the air intakes on this aircraft were diagonally cut at 45 degrees. And it said that people who saw this particular aircraft take off said that the air intakes were so large that you could drive a Volkswagen right into them. So we're talking large air intakes. John McNeil put this together, shows you the 2-stage orbit space plane system. Again, you can see the air intakes in this location and these large winglets. This is a top view looking down, shows you the scale of this aircraft here. And then we believe that this aircraft is not called Aurora, but in point of fact, either Senior Year or Senior Smart. That's believed to be the code name for this particular aircraft. Now, one other propulsion system that may be associated with the mothership of this aircraft is something that Mark T. Constantine, who is the Aerojet Tech Systems Division Manager, this is 1985, he gave a lecture. Here is one propulsion system that may be associated with that 2-stage orbit spaceplane system. Here's what he said. The Air Turbo Ramjet, or ATR, is a combined cycle air-breathing engine which we commonly refer to as cold turbine technology. By combining the rocket engine and air-breathing engine technologies, the ATR can achieve static thrust away capability in excess of that available from our most advanced turbojet and turbofan engines. The ATR continues to produce thrust as Mach number increases, which enables acceleration to more optimal cruise altitudes of 90 to 120,000 feet at Mach 5. So this is exactly the kind of speed range we're talking about here. But then there's a question that comes up, this strange anomaly that comes up. This took place May 30th, 1991. John Andrews, who we mentioned before, put in a telephone call to Ben Rich. And this is something that Ben Rich volunteered. He wasn't prodded by John. This is something that Ben Rich came up with. This was published in the 1993 OFNI World Almanac, so I want to give you the source of where this came from. The Spanish translation to English here is, if I were to use the word snowbird, I would be in jail. If I were to use the word snowbird, I would be in jail. What is Ben Rich talking about? What could be so secret, so classified, so unacknowledged that Ben Rich would be thrown in jail for even using the word snowbird? What's actually going on here? It turns out in 1982, Pratt & Whitney, who has a long history with Lockheed because they developed the J-58 that powered the SR-71, they developed something called a magnetohydrodynamic drive, also known as an MHD. A couple of quick points. It utilizes electric and magnetic fields. So this is not an engine, ladies and gentlemen. This is a drive system. There's no moving parts. It probably is the propulsion system for Snowbird, developed by Pratt & Whitney in 1982. Speeds above Mach 20. So that's way out there in the speed regime. Hypersonic Aurora, what could this thing actually look like that uses the MHD drive? Something that Jane's Defense Weekly, December 12, 1992, had a really good article about the configuration. Again, we see this 75-degree swept-wing configuration. So there's this motif that's going through the 1960s all the way up to the 1992 article here. Now, Wizard of Oz, Somewhere Over the Rainbow. Is this, is there more going on here? Somewhere Over the Rainbow. This is the song that Dorothy sang in this very popular movie. Is there something more going on here, or is this just a song here? Let me bring your attention to this letter from Robert Jameson to John Andrews, February 28, 1994. Here's what he said. It says, he was a military monitor. On 367.7, I overheard a conversation between a KC-135 tanker at 47,000 feet calling Rainbow 1 that they were on station. Approximately 7 minutes later, Rainbow 1 called quote-unquote Big Boy for a fill-up. The tanker returned the call but said if you would turn on your lights, it would be easier to find you. Rainbow 1 told the tanker to go to secure channel G, end of transmission. So, if the Aurora is launched over the top of the mothership called Rainbow Ocean, west of Hawaii, is that where we get the term somewhere over the rainbow? If Rainbow is the mothership aircraft, it's a possibility. Aviation Week Space Technology, November 11th, 1991. We're not going to read the whole thing, but just the top here. 2 unusually loud sonic booms heard along the west coast from San Diego to North Las Vegas, Angeles, may have been producing highest-flying classified aircraft returning test ranges in Nevada. So they were talking about airquakes, not earthquakes, but airquakes. So I actually contacted Caltech, and I said, can you give me your data for October 31st, 1991? And this is the actual result. They call it a sonic. At the exact same time this aircraft flew over, it triggered all these instruments from Caltech and the Geologic Institute. So, ladies and gentlemen, I believe this might be one of the most conclusive pieces of evidence for a quote-unquote Aurora aircraft. Now, the most important thing to keep in mind here is that these airquakes, these aircraft flying over Catalina Island, going over downtown Los Angeles, always occurred on a Thursday morning. A Thursday morning at like 6:58 a.m., 7:05 a.m., repeatedly on the last Thursday of the month during 1991 and 1992. Always on a Thursday. Why a Thursday? because in the black world, Area 51, Air Force Plant 42, test flights are done on a Thursday because Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday are used for prep. Thursday is the test flight, Friday is the debrief, Saturday and Sunday there's no one there. And so that's why Thursdays are very apparent in the black world. This is an article, paper that was received by Lee Graham from the United States Department of Interior. It says, "Dear Mr. Graham, in response to your letter of 31/1992, please find enclosed a copy of data recorded by a seismograph at Catalina Island for the sonic boom of January 3rd, 1992. So if you look at what's done here, here's what he says. Last Thursday of the month, Thursday, October 31st, 1991, and remember, these tick marks are 1 minute apart. So boom, right? This is your Aurora returning from an overseas mission. Now, about a minute later, another boom right here. So you might think, oh, that's that mothership, right? Returning along with it. The mothership isn't even back yet. It doesn't even fly the same pattern. So this might be either an F-16 or an F-15 flying as a safety chase aircraft. So it's not the mothership flying with the parasitic aircraft. Again, Thursday, June 27th, 1991, last Thursday of the month, boom. About a minute later, another boom. So this is, again, seismic instrument readouts. Thursday, November 21st, 1991, we have another boom here, and then it says, bingo, it must be an American bird. They didn't want to work on Thanksgiving Day. So this time, it wasn't on the last Thursday of the month, it was the week prior. So you know, ladies and gentlemen, this is one of ours. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. Catalina Island, Thursday, January 30th, 1992, 7:17 a.m., another boom, and then about a minute and a half later, number two. So you can see you've got this parasitic aircraft flying over Catalina Island, wakes everybody up in the morning in Los Angeles, and then a chase plane follows it. Here's the track, returning to Area 51, going over Catalina Island, Los Angeles, waking everybody up, then heading north of Edwards Air Force Base, going into Tonopah Test Range, and then to Area 51. So I want to give you kind of a brief cross-section of what their flight pattern looks like. Again, Catalina Island, Thursday, April 16th, 1992, 6:58 a.m. Always on a Thursday, always on a Thursday. Mount Wilson, April 16th, 1992, Thursday, 7:02, another one. It just goes on and on. The evidence is overwhelming. Okay, so here is a typical snow from Jim Goodall. I asked Jim, I said, Jim, what's the flight path of these aircraft? So he said, this is Jim Goodall's interpretation of what these aircraft may be flying. He believes, ladies and gentlemen, that this is a nuclear proliferation monitoring aircraft, because at the fall of the Soviet Union, they had to figure out a way to monitor all this fissionable material that was kind of loose within the former Soviet Union. So he believes it's a nuclear proliferation monitoring aircraft. So what you do here is you start at Area 51. You take off from Area 51. You take up a magnetic heading of 310 degrees. You fly over Alaska. At this point here, you're still with the mothership. You're at about 30,000 feet of Mach 1.7. It's at this point you launch from the mothership. Pour the coals to it right here. You go over Russia, you make a 90-degree left-hand turn, you start heading south. You're over Turkey, you're over Israel, right in this area right here. Once you get down here, you make another turn. Now you pour the coals to it right here, you're heading back. At this point, you're over here. Now you're near Hawaii, you're starting to make a left-hand turn. Now we're heading into California. That's where we go over Catalina Island. This is where we wake everybody up at 7:02 a.m., right back to Area 51. So that may be the mission profile of what these aircraft are actually following. Now, this is something I got from the John Andrews collection, which I was fortunate enough to acquire. This is 14th August 1981. Letter to Ben Rich, former head of Lockheed Skunk Works between 1975 and 1991. It says, Ben Rich, your crew responsible for two very strange birds leaving at dawn just at first light from George Air Force Base. One white, one gray, said to be very lippish-like, good acceleration, good climb. Don't loiter around George and not see for the rest of the day. So John included a sketch of something that may have departed George Air Force Base August 1981. Now, Turns out that there's some very good information from Bill Scott, who's the former Rocky Mountain editor of Aviation Week Space Technology. This is March 26, 2006, talking about a program called Black Star. It appears, ladies and gentlemen, that there are two versions of this technology. There's one built by Lockheed that's launched from the spine of the mothership. And Boeing has one called Black Star, which is airdropped from the belly of the craft. So that's the different kind of configurations that are used. This is a Steve Douglas illustration with an XB70 type configuration. Is there any proof to back this up? This is a U.S. patent, February 7th, 1989 by Boeing, and they include a parasitic aircraft that actually fits up inside an indented section under the belly of the mothership. So we've got patents to back this up. We've got eyewitnesses reported within that article that also talk about this as well. Then we come across this particular letter to Pete Names from John Andrews. It says 22nd February 1994. The place, Kadena Air Force Base. The time, the weekend of 12-13 February 1994. It says, emergency call from manned aircraft to expedite recovery at Kadena Air Force Base coming from north with tracked speed at Mach 4.2. Diversions for other aircraft in area. Aircraft recovered and quickly placed in secure hangar. Red 3 lockdown declared by base. Other pilots landing kept and slept in ready quarters. One white-gray C-5 launch from Holloman Air Force Base. 3-day lockdown at base. So something made an emergency landing at Kadena Air Force Base. And this is the configuration per the Bill Scott article. They also mentioned that there was a solid rocket booster that is loaded into the aft end of this vehicle. So we're definitely talking at least Mach 4.2 for this particular configuration. The truth is out. Air Forces Monthly, March 1997, September 26, 1994, was the date of an event that has never been talked about in American press. I had to give an overseas publication before this. And the details regarding this case was a top-secret aircraft believed to have been a classified variant of the YF-23 by Northrop. It had a crew of 2. On the application of military power, somehow the landing gear collapsed right up here on the nose gear, and this thing kind of ground to a halt. The pilots were fine. They had to tow it back to a hangar. It stayed in that hangar for 2 nights, and it had a tarp over the midsection. The aft section and the forward section was still exposed, so people could see what this thing actually looked like. On the 3rd day, a C-5 Galaxy was flown into RAF Boscombe Down. This is where this took place. And as they were departing, air traffic controllers and monitoring public on the ground overheard the transmission that this C-5 Galaxy was going to KPMD. So anyone who knows what KPMD is, that's Palmdale. That's the identifier for Palmdale. They were flying back to Palmdale. This is the configuration of what we actually believe this aircraft looks like. Was a variant of the YF-23 2-seat aircraft with 2 inward canted vertical stabilizers, other than the YF-23 version that has 2 outward canted vertical stabilizers. So we get to the B-2 stealth bomber. $2.3 billion per aircraft, more than its own weight in gold. That's what we're talking about here. 21 of these aircraft were built. Tremendous amount of money. I call this the $10 billion photograph because we've got 4 B-2s at the Pico Rivera plant. 2.3, that's about $10 billion right there. And it's a 172-foot wingspan. The question is, and Mark talked about this before, is there more going on to the B-2 than meets the eye? Aviation Week Space Technology, March 9th, 1992, had a very interesting article from people who worked at Northrop who were very upset that the technology associated with the B-2 program was not being trickled down to the public industry. They talk about how the B-2 electrically charges the leading edge of the wing to reduce the radar cross signature. That's what you see in this diagram right here. And then negatively charges the exhaust gases to reduce the infrared signature. This is the same type of electrogravitic technology that Teton had originally proposed in the 1930s. So this technology might date back a lot earlier than we originally thought. The proof about this comes from electrogravitic systems by Thomas Vallone, so you can back that up. And then I recently came across some information from a general dynamics engineer who had previously worked in the black world. Basically, he said, I'm done with the black world. I've been there. I'm through with it. I'm now a biker. So he left the black world behind. And he said that according to this particular general dynamics engineer who worked on the B2 program, he said that for every 3 B2s that are built, for every 3 Bs, it turns out that there's 7 anti-gravity versions of this B2 that are actually built, according to this general dynamics engineer. Now, September 1967, a naval combat veteran by the name of Jack Pickett, who was really good friends with, he's no longer with us. He claims that during September 1967, he was a publisher of the NCO Club newspaper, and they were going down a perimeter road at MacDill Air Force Base, which is in Tampa, and they got to this area right here, which is called the base scrapyard. And when he got there, he looked over the chain link fence and saw 4 of the most incredible aircraft that he had ever seen in his entire life. Just an incredible configuration. They measured 20, 40, 70. The largest one was 116 feet in diameter. They all had the same configuration, but different sizes. They had tricycle landing gear. There was an air intake on both sides of the pilot's compartment, and then this very huge vertical tail that tapered back to the pilot's compartment. Had control surfaces along the circumference of the disc. So this is September 1967. This is the long-range bomber version of this aircraft. According to Jack, he was told that this was used as a long-range reconnaissance bomber during the Cold War. And so he asked a lot of questions from the general who was over at MacDill Air Force Base and inquired about putting together an article for the base publication newsletter. He was given authorization to write that article, which was titled Flying Saucers for Real, and then he was given 16 officially stamped black and white glossy photographs of these aircraft parked on the tarmac, in flight, also with F-86 jet fighter interceptors, F-84 jet fighter interceptors as well, and had a tremendous amount of information regarding this program, all ready to go into this article. But then it turns out, just before going to press with this particular article, there was an overflight of a VTOL, vertical takeoff and landing version of this aircraft, which rolls down the runway. This is a horizontal takeoff bird. That particular aircraft suffered a propulsion system malfunction, dropped down to treetop level, flew directly over Miami at high speed, woke everyone up. The next morning it was all over the newspapers, all over the news, and so he brought that newspaper into the general's office the next morning and saying, "General, I think we've got a problem here, because I'm getting ready to declassify and release this jet-powered disc that you have at the scrapyard, but then you're denying the existence of this aircraft that flew over downtown Miami. What do you guys want to do about it?" So that general contacted Offutt Air Force Base, contacted the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of the Air Force, and according to the Secretary of the Air Force, it would be in the better interest of the Air Force to delay publication, and that's where this story died back in 1967. So we were within hours of getting the truth about one of our classified programs brought into the public domain within hours, but then it was canceled. So now we want to move on to flying triangles. They've been seen all around the world since at least 1974, without a doubt. We've got November 29th, 1989, Belgium was seen. January 5th, 2000, Southern Illinois. Area 51, Green Lake. They've been seen almost in every country by every possible culture. So it's a worldwide phenomenon. We've got a case over here of a red one with this exhaust port here. We've got a case in Detroit. We've got Belgian cases. So a brief cross-section of these aircraft have been seen all around the world. The primary features of these triangles, they usually have a white light on the corner of each of the triangle. Some of these are between 200 and 300 feet across. This midsection is generally about 20 feet across. And then there's always this interesting structural work on the bottom and probably a red or amber light in the center of the bottom section of the craft. That's kind of the overall view of what we see here. March 31st, 1999, Kirby, a very significant sighting. And if anyone in this room is a skeptic, I just invite you to look at this gentleman's testimony. Colin Saunders, you can Google him. He gave a really nice 20-minute lecture regarding this particular sighting. A very honest gentleman. I totally believe his case. He was with his family driving home at around 9:50 p.m. after dinner when they came across this particular craft. He saw the aft end of it first. It was tilted up at about 15-degree angle of attack on the left-hand side. And then he said the bottom of this craft tipped up, but it tipped up from the back end. And he said he used the term that it looked like it was submerged underwater. That's how this actually moved underwater. Here's the view of what it looked like from the aft end. He said it was totally silent, and then he said it had these very interesting raised box sections on the top of the craft. The exterior pictorial version of the exterior of the craft looked like a flowing liquid mercury. It was almost alive. And he said that it was his belief that these extruded sections here were part of a docking mechanism with a larger craft. So as this thing flew over, you can see the bottom of it. It also had these raised sections as well. And then as this thing flew over, you can see the forward section right here. It disappeared from view, but then way off into the far horizon, there was a much larger ship that had a red light on one side and a green light on the other side. He said that this particular aircraft appeared to be trying to dock with that larger craft. So that may be the reason for these interesting raised sections here. This thing was approximately 50 feet across in conjunction with a Cessna 172 that has a 27-foot wingspan. Here's Colin Saunders here. Here's his UFO model. And when I saw that UFO model, I said, wow, I want to have one of those. So I took his technical blueprint, and then in AutoCAD, I put together this schematic drawing here, which is a cardboard stock model, and I produced this for each and every one of you, so you can have a black and white version of this, so you can build your own UFO at home, which is an actual authenticated case. This is what the model looks like right here. This is what the bottom of it looks like right here. So I have one for each one of you. Now, November 22nd, 1985, 15 miles northwest of Madison, Wisconsin. Very interesting case because of the interesting tube section on the bottom of this aircraft. But we don't only have the illustration. We've got the eyewitness testimony. It says the underside of the craft resembled, quote, the back of a refrigerator, like a collection of condensation pipes that ran back and forth. So keep that in mind kind of as we proceed here. I asked the question, is that what you would expect to see on the bottom of an alien spacecraft? I mean, really, I thought you aliens were 100 million light years ahead of us, and yet you're flying around in these vehicles that look like the back of a refrigerator? Someone's lying to you, folks. Someone's lying to you. I can tell you, assure you that. January 5th, 2000, this was the first mass sighting of triangular aircraft after the year 2000, seen by at least 4 police officers, seen by a miniature golf owner who said that this craft looked like a 2-story ranch fly right over his golf course. Very well documented case, another case for skeptics that might be sitting on the fence. Please examine the January 5th, 2000 overflight of southern Illinois by these triangular-shaped craft. Some of these had a red and green section in the aft portion, always these white lights at each of the corners, and then an amber or red light below the belly of the craft. Newspaper clipping service picked this up. It was seen over DuPont County, multiple counties within southern Illinois, not too far from St. Louis. May 23rd, 2001, Allen Park, Michigan. This gentleman saw this craft fly over his taxi, actually, blocked out the stars as it flew over. April 3rd through the 5th, 1975, Lumberton, North Carolina. This craft was seen by multiple police officers. It had an interesting cutout notch section in the back end of the triangle, red lights along the leading section here, and then a high-intensity white light that was shining down a beam onto the ground, seen by multiple eyewitnesses. This is the cutaway drawing here, and it shows you kind of an isometric view. This is the row of the lights on the leading edge of the craft. Again, this cutout section is another motif that we see throughout these different craft. Now, this is a very interesting case that I got from David Marler, who is the premier researcher in triangular UFOs. We don't have a date, but we know the location was Oregon. According to this eyewitness, this particular craft was about 180 feet across, large triangular-shaped craft with these rounded corners in this location here. According to the eyewitness, this particular craft parked itself, hovered about 20 feet above the river, the Little Putty River in Oregon, and then it started dropping down this 8 to 10 foot diameter metallic tube, went right into the river, started sucking up this water, and then he noticed that right next to this tube, water was coming out too. So the water's going up, water's coming down, and then he said there was a blue beam of light that exited off the left end of the craft. And then he said something very interesting. There was lights pulsating across the circumference here. And then there what looked like these 3 landing gear legs that popped out of the bottom. But these weren't landing gear legs. He called them overflow valves because water was shooting out of these overflow valves. And then there were 3 orange orbs that popped out of the bottom of this thing. About 2 minutes later, after this had completed whatever it was doing, he said it sounded like a washer machine. These orbs merged back into the craft. This craft slowly took off, and then when it reached about an altitude of about 1,000 feet, this thing took off like a spark off a grinding wheel. So that was that particular, almost a USO case. Enormous turtle-blade UFO, January 21st, 1997, Puerto Rico, also came from the David Marler files. Basically, a primary eyewitness saw this particular craft hover near his location. Now, if you look at the size, he estimates between 500 and 800 feet across. We're talking a massive ship here. Multicolored lights along the leading portion of the vehicle. Then a section on the bottom that had these rotating turbine blades. But it was mentioned that these turbine blades were rotating far too slow to support this vehicle. So there's no way it could be the primary source of propulsion, according to the eyewitness. He also said that there was a strange being that had a pear-shaped head on a transparent cupola or dome section of this aircraft. 2 minutes after observing this aircraft, a black 4x4 vehicle pulled up right next to him. A security agent got out of that vehicle, started questioning about this particular craft. No sooner did that security agent start interrogating the primary eyewitness, 2 identical craft to this first one popped out of the clouds and started following this original craft. This craft, at that point, started introducing it was kind of like a smoky blue glow around this vehicle, and then this thing took off. The other ones were trying to chase after it, but they couldn't get it. So this is January 3rd, 1997. Another case from the David Marler files, a particular illustration here. August 25th, 1990, Barnsley, England. Primary eyewitness and his wife were returning from a Fleetwood Mac concert at night when, out of nowhere, coming this strange triangular-shaped craft that he estimated between 100 and 200 feet across emerged from a dark, misty cloud directly below the cloud bank. And he said he saw it long enough, 30 seconds, long enough to get some really good details. That had 1 light on each terminating point of the triangle, 1 light on the bottom here that was white, and then he said it had this recessed section on the belly of the. And in that recessed section, he could see what looked like cross-beam and girder construction, very structural construction on this bottom point here. And then there was these series of white lit, backlit windows that had these humanoid figures, and it was his impression that this was a man-made vehicle. That's what his impression was, that these were actually man-made vehicles. This particular individual on the right seemed to be either pointing or waving back to the primary eyewitness. Now, North Wales Triangle sighted over the M56 motorway on June 1st, 1997. Flew across the motorway at about 100 miles an hour, startled people on the motorway, and then zipped off at a high rate of speed. That's all the details we have on that particular case. So now we move on to the ever-present, ubiquitous, everyone's favorite triangle, the TR3B. Anything having to do with the TR3B has to be credited to Edgar Fouché. I want to give him credit for Edgar Fouché. I also want to mention that Edgar Fouché has no first-hand knowledge specifically dealing with this aircraft. So he didn't work on this program, but he claims that he knew people at Area 51 crew did. I want to make that perfectly clear. Also want to state that I don't want to divert any way, shape, or form or percentage testimony. I want to give you his straight answers to a number of questions that I brought to his attention. This is his response, so I don't want to divert from anything that he had to say. Technical specifications regarding the TR3B. According to Edgar Fouché, there are two different sizes of the TR3B, approximately 250 feet per side for the prototype version, 600 feet per side for the operational model. The overall mission of the TR3B is logistics support and transportation for the Secret Space Command. If used on a planet or moon or large outpost, you would have a ready-made transportable space station. The TR3B carries a crew of 4 in the prototype version. The flight control system used on the TR3B consists of variable vector intake and thrusters on the edges and advanced multi-mode propulsion engines on each tip of the triangle. 2 nuclear reactors serve as the power source for the magnetic field disruptor, also known as an MFD. The magnetic field disruptor utilizes a mercury liquid plasma, which is pressurized to 250,000 atmospheres and rotated at 50,000 RPM, resulting in a distortion or warpage of the localized gravity field by up to 89%. Therefore, G-forces are also reduced by 89%. So in effect, what he's saying is that this MFD interacts with how gravity interacts with mass. So you could be doing 1,000 miles an hour, make a left-hand turn 90 degrees, and you'd only feel 11% of the G's. That's what he's talking about. He's not talking about anti-gravity per se, but a disruption of the gravity field. Materials used to construct the TR3B consisted of advanced composites, metamaterials, and titanium. 3 prototype TR3Bs were built. Cost per TR3B in $1990 was $1 billion per craft. Sightings by Edgar Fouché is 1975 high in the atmosphere at night at Edwards Air Force Base, 1976 within the southern part of the Nellis Range, and the late 1970s Groom Air Base. That's the one we want to focus on. TR3B utilizes telescopic landing gear legs with T-pads, operated by the National Reconnaissance Office, the National Security Agency, and the CIA. The craft exhibits a very low electromagnetic humming noise during operation. One light was located on each tip of the triangle. The craft incorporates electrochromic panels used for daytime stealth operations. So when you talk about electrochromic panels, what they're essentially doing is they're electronically transferring the image of what's in the back of the craft to the forward portion, essentially allowing it to blend in with the background, basically because bringing it invisible. Vents on the side of the craft serve as variable vector intake exhaust depending upon which direction the vehicle is going. So this is a drawing put together showing you these vents right here. This is the crew compartment and then the magnetic field disruptor right here. So then I asked Edgar Fouché, Edgar, instead of you just talking about the TR3B, can you give me an illustration of your sighting? This is what he came up with. This is Edgar Fouché's illustration of his sighting. This would have been 1979 at Area 51. This is Avionics Building Number 9, the Avionics Laboratory at Area 51. Again, this is the longest runway right here. And he was going from the Avionics Laboratory to a blue blacked-out windowed bus, Air Force bus. So it was about a 100-foot walk. And as he's walking to this bus, they had him wear these blacked-out welder's goggles so he couldn't see anything around. Edgar Fouché is a pretty big guy, so when he looked down, there was a crack between the top portion of his forehead and the top portion of these welder's goggles, and he could see a crack of light. He looked outside that light, and saw the TR-3B about 500 feet away. This is according to Edgar Fouché. So if you look at this runway diagram, you look at the buildings. Remember, these are the red hat hangars right here. We're talking at least 500 feet. So that's how close he got to perhaps one of our classified flying triangles. Again, flying triangles, UFOs, the estimate of the situation, David Marler. This is by Richard Dolan Press, our good friend Richard Dolan. Anyone who's a skeptic regarding flying triangles, please look into this book and you'll see that there's quite a good historical background. I want to make a statement here. If you thought that all triangle UFO cases were the direct result of classified military aircraft, that would be incorrect. Now, how do we know this? Sightings of these triangular-shaped craft date back to 1890. Kelly Johnson, who formed the Skunk Works, he wasn't even born yet. So it couldn't be a Lockheed bird, right? It has to be something else. Now, when we talk about these liquid mercury plasma engines on the magnetic field disruptor associated with the TR-3B, that's the same thing we hear about on these Vimana aircraft that were 2,000 years before the time of Christ. In the ancient Indian Sanskrit text, they talk about liquid mercury plasma engines with these Vimana type craft. So this technology might date back much earlier than we thought. Is that the same technology that's used here in the Kecksburg Acorn that was recovered in Pennsylvania, December 9th, 1965? Is that the same technology used on the Nazi Bell, 1945? They had the same dimensions, the same configuration, the same bumper around the bottom circumference, the same strange hieroglyphic writing along the bottom. Both the bell here, it also had these insulating bricks that were associated with test flights. Also, Joseph P. Farrell talked about how plants within the vicinity of test flights of the bell turned to goo within 2 hours. Scientists who were near the bell during operation died immediately. He also talks about how there's 2 counter-rotating drums that have a radioactive isotope of mercury called cerium-525. That may be some of the propulsion systems associated with the bell. Now, by May of 1945, Adolf Hitler had 62 of the scientists associated with the Bell program murdered. These were brought up in the trials after Nazi criminal war crimes were brought to the public. And so they talk about these 62 scientists being murdered associated with the Bell program. My question is, did SS General Hans Kammler, who was involved in the Bell program, did he cut a deal with the Americans? Did he have his record expunged of any crimes in exchange for technology? That's something we definitely want to keep in mind. Cash Landry incident, Huffman, Texas, December 29th, 1980. This, by any other means, skeptics cannot debunk this case. This case has stood this test of time for so long now, and I invite anyone who's questioning the validity of some of these cases, please look at this case. You'll find that this has remained rock solid. 3 eyewitnesses, Betty Cash, Vicki Landrum, Colby Landrum, were traveling around 9 p.m. Huffman, Texas, when they noticed a bright light approaching their vehicle. It got brighter and brighter and brighter. It got so bright they became horrified. She thought this was the second coming. She thought this is the end of the world. And what she saw was this twin double ice cream cone craft that was about 90 feet tall, had a series of light-colored blue portholes. We don't know if these were portholes, but they were circular outlets in this location here. It was about 30 feet above the pavement here. She slammed on her brakes. Betty Cash got out of the car, started going to the forward portion of the car to see this thing as a better look. And then it had these strange flames that were blue in color, that every time the flame came out, this craft would bob up. And then once the flames stopped, this craft would start slowly settling down again. That for about 2 minutes. At that point, Betty Cash was just about ready to get back into the vehicle. Now keep in mind, this is December 29th, 1980. It was cold outside. Just about the time she was getting ready to put her hand on that car door, she put her hand there and it burned the skin right off her hand. The whole exterior of the vehicle was becoming very hot. She got back inside the car. They had to turn the air conditioning on. It was so hot within this vehicle. This craft also emitted a beeping noise as this engine produced this thrust. And then about a minute after this departed, there were no less than 23 double-rotor Chinook CH-47s chasing after this craft with 2 UH-1 Hueys in chase with high-intensity light beams, like they were shepherding this vehicle, like they had foreknowledge of this particular flight. Now, it's my personal opinion that this was one of ours, ladies and gentlemen. Now, how can I back this up? If you look at this hearing before the Subcommittee on Research and Development, Joint Committee on Atomic Energy, this is the Aircraft Nuclear Propulsion Program, July 23rd, 1959. Once you start looking at this document, you start finding out how much the United States Air Force, the U.S. Navy, the Atomic Energy Commission spent on procurement funding on the NEPA program, the Nuclear Energy for Propulsion of Aircraft. Combined, they spent almost $1 billion by 1960. This is a schematic drawing of an atomic liquid-fueled rocket with subcritical reactor. So at least by 1960, they had the procurement funding, the engineering know-how to perhaps build such a craft. Here again, aircraft nuclear propulsion system, different cutaways within that diagram to back this up. So again, we have a legacy of technology, paperwork to back this up. I believe flight of one of our original NEPA programs, it was an early NEPA program, there was a hole breach within that subcritical reactor that started spewing out fissionable material, and that's how Betty Cash and Vicki Landrum died from the effects of radiation poisoning regarding this. So it's important that we hold our government liable for essentially the murder of these two individuals. This case was actually never heard of in court. It was thrown out of court due to lack of evidence. Now, significant statements by Ben Rich regarding advanced aerospace propulsion systems and technology. Ben Rich, very interesting gentleman. I met with his son Michael Rich at the RAND Corporation. He was very nice, didn't reveal any secrets, but important to keep in mind, Ben took over the reins of the Skunk Works from Kelly Johnson in Burbank back in 1975. He headed the Skunk Works until 1991. And I want to really bring out some points here that I think are very important regarding what Ben Rich said about the technologies that we're talking about in this conference. Now, according to Ben Rich, and you can verify all of these, they've been authenticated. I invite you to check this out yourself. We did the F-104, the C-130, the U-2, SR-71, F-117, and many other programs that I can't talk about. We are still working very hard. I just can't tell you what we're doing. Wright-Patterson Air Force Base slide presentation, September 26, 1992. Again, the Air Force has just given us a contract to take ET back home. We already have the means to travel among the stars, but these technologies are locked up in black projects. It would take an act of God to get them out to benefit humanity. There is an error in the equations. What equations is he talking about? There is an error in the equations, and we have figured it out and now know how to travel to the stars, and it won't take a lifetime to do it. So what equations is Ben Rich talking about here? It is time to end all secrecy on this, as it no longer poses a national security threat, and make the technology available for use in the private sector. It says we have some new things. We are not stagnating. What we are doing is updating ourselves without advertising. There are some new programs and certain things, some of them 20 or 30 years old, that are still breakthroughs and appropriate to keep quiet about. Other people don't have them yet. And then it says here, September 7th, 1988, AIAA lecture, so you can back that up too. I wish I could tell you about the projects we are currently working on. They are both fascinating and fantastic. They call for technologies once only dreamed of by science fiction writers, according to Ben Rich. What could that mean? Now, this is a new group that maybe some of you haven't heard of before. I got this from the Huntington Library, from the papers of Ben R. Rich. The Skunk Works is always busy. It's fortunate that we are able to churn out a breakthrough about every 10 years. The airplanes that we are building today, you won't hear about for another 10 years. Anything you can think of, we can do. And if not, maybe we have already done it. I cannot talk to you about anything we are doing today or have been doing probably for at least 5 or 10 years. If you saw the configurations I have on my desk today, they're mind-boggling, because if you can think of it, we can design it at the Skunk Works. So that's according to Ben Rich. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you're going to get a better group of comments regarding advanced aerospace propulsion systems. Now, John Andrews, who we mentioned before, was very good friends with Ben Rich. These two gentlemen, over decades, played this word Scrabble game where Ben Rich would kind of submit little hints to John, and that's how he was able to design the F-19 stealth model that turned out to be the highest selling plastic aircraft model of all history. Over 1 million units were sold. So John Andrews wrote a letter in 1986 to Ben Rich regarding his personal opinion of UFOs, even of crash retrievals. This is his original reply letter to John Andrews, dated July 8, 1986. It says, "Dear John, in response to your letter of July 1st, I am a believer, and so is Kelly Johnson." So he's talking about UFOs, extraterrestrial technology. So if it's good enough for Kelly Johnson, to me, it's good enough for me. Now, here is the reply that John Andrews sent back to Ben Rich. He wanted to get some clarification. So Mr. Ben Rich, Lockheed Advanced Aeronautics Company, this is Burbank, California, 10 July 1986. Dear Ben, a short note to clarify your interesting response regarding being a quote-unquote believer. Contained in your 8th July 1986 letter. The topic is UFO. I believe there are lots of UFOs. I am also tending to believe there are two types of UFOs or categories. A, man-made UFOs. B, extraterrestrial UFOs. I believe with certainty in man-made UFOs. I am tending to believe there are also extraterrestrial UFOs. Having the highest respect for both you and Kelly, I'd appreciate knowing your belief in both categories. So then Ben Rich sent back the letter. I was able to get the actual letter. Lockheed Company letterhead, July 21st, 1986. Dear John, this is your response. Yes, I'm a believer in both categories. I feel everything is possible. Many of our man-made UFOs were unfunded opportunities. In both categories, there are lots of kooks and charlatans. Be cautious, Ben Rich. So, the $64 billion question is, what did Ben Rich mean when he talked about unfunded opportunities, UFO? Was Ben Rich talking about programs that didn't get funded in the skunk works? Or, as some have suggested, which could be a possibility, was he talking about freebies or hand-me-downs that we got for others? Is that a possibility? It's certainly a possibility. But by 1995, Ben had passed away, so we don't know the answer to that question. Now, a good friend of mine, Jim Goodall, wrote a letter to Ben Rich, basically requesting a taped interview. Just go over a couple of quick points. I would like to do a taped interview with you sometime in the near future. So obviously, Jim knew that time was getting short for Ben. He wanted to get all this documented on videotape. It says, with your many years at Lockheed Skunk Works, we will cover all bases, leaving nothing out. He also said that he'd be glad to hold on to that tape for 10 years, 20 years, until he decided that it was appropriate to release into the public domain. Now, unfortunately, that interview never took place because, as we mentioned, Ben Rich passed away in 1995. But just prior to Ben's passing, Jim Goodall got one final telephone conversation into Ben Rich, who was dying at the hospital, and this is what Ben Rich told Jim Goodall over the phone just before he died. He says, Jim, we have things in the Nevada desert that are 50 years beyond what you can comprehend. If you've seen it on Star Wars or Star Trek, we've been there, done that, or decided it wasn't worth the effort. So again, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think it's going to get any better than that. Talking about technologies that are 50 years beyond what we can comprehend from the skunk works. A couple of UFO cases that we should consider here. Hudson Valley Boomerang. Between 1982 and 1989, over 25,000 eyewitnesses reported a gigantic chevron or boomerang-shaped craft that hovered over cities north of New York City, about 20 minutes north of New York City. Primary eyewitnesses reported from air traffic controllers, doctors, policemen, law enforcement personnel. What they reported seeing is this boomerang-shaped craft with these tubes, pipes, and cylinders on the bottom of the vehicle. A very structured craft on the bottom. Also had multicolored flashing lights on the bottom as well. That's a very interesting thing to consider because it's been repeated over and over again. Now, March 24th, 1983, Taconic Star Parkway, New York. This is on a Thursday. Multiple eyewitnesses saw a gigantic 300 feet per side flying boomerang-shaped craft with a triangle trailing edge hover over the Taconic State Parkway. People pulled over to the side of the road, slammed on their brakes, got out of their car, and looked up and saw this craft. But then they said when they saw the bottom of it, it had these transparent panels so you could see inside the structure of the craft. And eyewitnesses reported seeing tubes, pipes, cylinders, steel girder, mechanical truss tube construction like a truss bridge. That's what they reported. So I want to ask everyone here, and you don't have to answer, does anyone here know what happened one day prior to this event? What happened on March 23rd, 1983? Reagan's speech, thank you. March 23rd, 1983 was Reagan's speech. He proposed the SDI program. So I asked the question, is there a connection between the Hudson Valley Boomerang and the SDI program by Ronald Reagan? Were they using these craft flying over large American cities as a nuclear deterrent, setting up an electromagnetic umbrella protecting us from incoming enemy Russian ICBMs? Is that a possibility? I'm just throwing it out there. Characteristics of the Hudson Valley Boomerang. Sightings of the craft came in from Connecticut, New Jersey, and Massachusetts. The craft was virtually silent and measured between 300 and 900 feet across. The UFO was seen hovering over busy expressway lakes and rivers. The object was reported by airline pilots, air traffic controllers, doctors, lawyers, local law enforcement, firemen, computer programmers. It appeared to have an industrial steel structural girder and crossbeam internal construction like a truss bridge. So what I've tried to do here is I've incorporated every conceivable configuration that was seen by the eyewitnesses. Again, we've got this tubes, pipes, and cylinders that was seen on the bottom of the vehicle, a triangle trailing edge, and then here we've got this section here showing you these transparent panels. Over here, I've shown you the original configuration of the B-2 stealth bomber. This is vintage 1983. Northrop spent $22.3 billion of our tax dollars designing this B-2 stealth bomber. In 1983, they had absolutely nothing to show for our $22.3 billion. At the end of 1983, the Air Force and Northrop decided that they no longer wanted to have these low-altitude bombing platforms, and they changed the wing configuration to the double W that we see today. That cost all of us $1 billion for the wing redesign. Now, instead of me just talking about it myself, I wasn't there. I want to give you the eyewitness testimony directly from the people who saw this craft. This is Dennis Sand, very respectable gentleman. Here's his quote. This is Philadelphia Inquirer, September 28, 1984. As it hovered, I could make out dark, smoky-colored metallic beams underneath huge beams, according to Dennis Sand, March 17th, which was a Thursday when this actually took place. Again, Monique O'Driscoll, she sighted the object on March 17th, 1983, on a Thursday. This is her quote, and this is her painting that she made of this craft. I could see the underbelly part. It's solid. It had metal-type work, like cross beams and tubular things down here and there. I was so close to it, I could have thrown a ball and hit it. That's from Monique O'Driscoll. This thing flew right over her head. Now, June 24th, 1984, Indian Point Nuclear Power Reactor. Something very significant happened on this particular night. I believe it may be one of the top 3 UFO cases of all history. According to no less than 12 Nuclear Regulatory Committee security guards, a gigantic 900-foot wide boomerang-shaped craft hovered over Reactor 3 for 20 minutes. So this is confirmed by 12 security guards. And this is a West Crum illustration of what this thing looked like. They had shotguns pointed at this thing. It shut down the security system of the nuclear power plant. It violated prohibited airspace. But then there was one of the security guards was in this remote hangar here. He had a remote camera that was capturing all this on videotape. And in his words, quote, this craft was so large that he had to pan the camera 180 degrees across just to get the whole thing in the field of view. That's how big this craft was. That videotape was later confiscated by government officials, but there is a videotape of this particular event. Phoenix Lights, March 13th, 1997. Again, boomerang-shaped craft. It had a very small triangle trailing edge here, seen by thousands of eyewitnesses. Of course, the government tried to explain it away as flares, but I question how could flares start out north of Prescott, go down through prohibited airspace at Sky Harbor Airport in Phoenix, and then continue down all the way to Tucson. Flares can't go that far. Eyewitnesses reported that the lights on this vehicle, they didn't look like just lights, but they were canister or studio lights that were embedded into the lower belly structure of the aircraft. Phoenix lights, we also want to cover the Belgium Triangle. This is November 29th, 1989. This is the newspaper clipping from the report talking about a gigantic 300 foot per side. Some eyewitnesses reported that this was over a football field inside. Also, we have the section here where the whole entire field section was lit up by the light that this craft emitted. A couple of quick reference points on this here from the Sun, July 23rd, 1991. We are under a sort of siege by high-tech flying machines. These craft are clearly the product of an advanced society and are under intelligent control. Their shape, size, speed, and the way they move are unlike anything known on Earth. These UFOs are technological marvels. They operate with a propulsion system unlike anything man has ever seen. Several eyewitnesses described seeing the craft as big or bigger than an aircraft carrier or as big as a football field. One witness said that while the object was flying directly overhead, one could not see the front part and the end at the same time because it was too big. The craft had the capability of hovering and at times would suddenly accelerate so rapidly that it would be across the horizon in a second or two, and sometimes it would flash right back. In many cases, people saw structure underneath the craft, which included heavy metal parts, crisscross effects, diamond-shaped work, and tubular things here and there. So that's important to keep in mind. This was also tracked by two F-16s that got within 20 miles of this particular craft. It also released hundreds of small objects that were on the bottom of it. And then during this particular Belgian wave, flying squares, rectangles, platforms, and a manta-ray-shaped craft were also seen by the eyewitnesses. So it wasn't just triangles that we were seeing here. Here is the illustration of this F-16 attempted intercept. This thing was going at about 250 knots, accelerating to about 1,800 knots within 2 seconds. That's equivalent to about 40 G's acceleration. Now, under normal circumstances, that would kill a pilot in the case. Now, what are we talking about? Is this a man-made vehicle? We have the same two pipes and cylinders configuration on the bottom of the Belgian Triangle that we looked at in the Hudson Valley Boomerang. Here's the radar track here from the onboard F-16 targeting radar. There were 3 independent ground radar tracking stations that also tracked this on radar. I want to bring your attention to a manta ray-shaped craft that was also seen December 1st, 1989. The movement of the lights was kind of like back and forth, and it looked very similar to the Knight Rider TV series in 1980s, Knight Industries 2000. That's the movement of this light. It also looked like the Cylon Centurion helmets that were used in the 80s TV hit Battlestar Galactica. But the most important point I want to bring to your attention here, and this comes from Joseph Jones, who's another black aircraft researcher. He states that it was a joint program between Lockheed Skunk-Works and British Aerospace. This is vintage 1984, 1985. They were developing something called Triangulum. That was the code name for this aircraft. And they were working on something called an EM drive. And this is part of a program called Brilliant Invader. That was the code name for this operation. So, ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that this may be, in point of fact, the explanation for the Belgium Triangle Wave 1989, 1999, 1990, which was the Brilliant Invader joint NATO training exercise. Knight Rider shows you the configuration of the lights in this location, also the Cylon Centurion helmet here. Now, what evidence do we have to back this up? Is it just fairy tales, or do we have something to back this up? Jane's Defense Week, September 4th, 1996, has a very interesting article regarding the relationship between the UK and the US regarding stealth technology. The UK's relationship with the USA on stealth runs very deep, has been going on for many decades, and is extremely secret. Do we have anything else to back this up? It turns out that by the 1960s, they had accumulated so much information regarding what was done after World War II, when British intelligence was basically sucking up every shred of evidence recovered from the Nazis regarding radar cross-section development. That report was put in something called the Dawson Report, And then during the unknown date within the 60s, that report was brought over to Washington, D.C., given to the defense contractors, probably Lockheed. So the other piece of evidence here is this very interesting book called I Could Tell You, but then You Would Have to Be Destroyed by Me by Trevor Paglen. Very interesting patch in this location right here. You'll note that the location of the beam of light is similar to the location of where the Belgian Triangle sightings actually took place. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I've presented both sides of this case. I want to leave it to your discretion to decide who's who, what technology is actually being used. My point here is I'd like to see this technology handed over to the scientific community for the betterment of everyone on this planet. And I want to thank you for your attention.
Very much. Thank you very much, Michael.
Position to say how glad I am to be here. In my case, it's literally true, because I haven't been here since 1979, and I'm extremely glad to be here. It's wonderful to discover that this thing which has lived in my mind as a kind of lingering fantasy is still, in fact, standing. Of course, when you go to England, it's more miraculous that things are still standing, but that's neither here nor there. So I'm going to talk to you about this topic, the art before Noah, which has been a big adventure, which has converted my life from the dull, tedious, dusty and unexciting life of a normal curator into just the opposite, with heart-endangering consequences. So one of the things that happens if you are a curator in the British Museum is, because the public have the mistaken idea that we are experts, is to identify things which people bring in. And they always make a lot of fuss about how interested they are when you tell them there's Middle Bronze Age or Late Iron Age or something like this sort of technical side, but what they really want to know is how much they are worth. And we are forbidden by the trustees from ever referring to this matter, so we are experienced indeed with all sorts of drama. And it happened to me once when I was on duty that a person called Douglas Simmons came in about 1985 with a bag full of antiquities, small antiquities, which he poured onto the desk, and I was the duty officer. And it contained some coins, a couple of lamps, a bit of Chinese stuff, a couple of shabtis, and a cuneiform tablet. Well, it might not surprise you to know that I picked up the cuneiform tablet first. And I picked it up, and at first sight, I assumed it was going to be an old Babylonian letter. I'm sure you would have the same conclusion in terms of size, shape, dimension, grammatical forms, semantic parallels, and so forth. But I lifted it up and started to read it. And this is what came out. I'm going to read this book out. I should tell you, if you want to read it yourself, this is easily arranged. It's very easily arranged afterwards. Wall, read wall. Antrahosphos, pay heed to my advice that you may live forever. Destroy your house, build a boat, spurn property, and save life. Well, not many letters begin that way. And in point of fact, I was able to read it at sight because I had a very demanding teacher who used to hit people and thrash them with barbed wire until they learned their signs. And so, recognizing the beginning of the flood story in the Babylonian epic was a doddle for someone who graduated from that classroom. So I realized I had in my hands a piece of the old Babylonian version of the flood story, which is a piece of gold in the world because everyone is interested in the flood story and nobody ever gets their hands on an unpublished piece which has never been seen by any other Assyriologist. So I was rather excited about it. And what happened was he took it away, picked up the lamp and said, what about this? And when I'd gone through the rest of the material, trembling with excitement and thinking, can I borrow this for a while and read it, he went, and I didn't see him for the best part of a decade. So I knew that this thing was in circulation, and this was before the trustees of the British Museum had produced this handbook about how to lock people to the floor and take over their property for the trustees. So I just let it escape. But I knew that sooner or later it would come back to the British Museum because all important things do. Some of them, for example, are temporarily in the Louvre, but sooner or later. So the thing is, when I finally got this thing into my control, I had been let the luxury, to say, of reading it properly in privacy with a good light and so forth to get the guts of it out. And it became apparent that the thing was 60 lines in length, and although the beginning was exactly the same as the text in the other sporadic examples, the rest of it was very startling. Now, knowledge of the flood itself on cuneiform tablets has been in the public domain since 1872, when George Smith, the character on the left, for the first time was a modern human being who read a piece of this dog biscuit kind of material from his barbaric background and discovered that he was reading Holy Writ virtually in this peculiar format. And the story goes in our department record, I'm sure it's true, that he dropped the tablet on the table in his anxiety and started to run around the room, holding his head and making funny squeaking noises, and eventually attempting to remove his clothing. And this has gone down in history as a laughable matter, but it's almost certain that what actually happened was he had an epileptic fit, because the impact of discovering for the first time the text of Genesis, which everybody in 19th century London knew by heart, existed in this peculiar rival form. So George Smith, in 1872, discovered this for the first time. There was a huge furore about it, all sorts of discussion by all sorts of people. I'd just like to draw your attention to the image of Smith on your left. He has the broad, intelligent forehead, leadership kind of profile, fine beard, lucid, intelligent eyes, and so forth. It's always been this range of characteristics that the trustees have looked for in their Assyriological employment. So the thing is that when Smith published this, he wrote very lucidly about it and its implications for the biblical story, because it contained not only the approximate parallel, but a much more specific one. For example, the fact that when the flood was abated and things were quiet, a series of 3 birds was released, and only the third one came back. I mean, it didn't come back, so he knew that something appeared above dry land, which is, of course, what Noah did in the more popular version of the story, as celebrated in Hollywood, and the really good one, which you have to read in the original in Babylonian. So, one of the interesting things about the version which he discovered, that 1872 tablet, it came from the library of Ashurbanipal in the 7th century BC. It was one of the king's own personal copies of his standard literature, although they didn't go that securely at the time. And when Smith made his very quick and very accurate translation, it included a description of what the ark that this Utnapishtim, the equivalent of Noah in his version of the story, had built. And the description comes out as a cube. That's to say, an object which is the same height, width, and length in all dimensions. So the clergymen, who were extremely worried about the way that the Bible had been undermined and what this might mean for the end of civilization, came back in full saying, well, this is rubbish, this isn't nothing like the ark in the Bible. I mean, it's a cube, and have a boat that was a cube, it is mad anyway, and they have taken notice of this. And so they were compelled and felt encouraged to dismiss evidence which was unwelcome to them. Of course, they were operating on the assumption that the real Noah's Ark, so to speak, looked like this. I rather fortunate to find this contemporary photograph, which is what we call research in the British Museum. It's called Google generally. And here it is, exactly as it was, reconstructed in this image according to the text of the Bible. So the situation was that in 1872 and a half, there were people who believed in the Syrian version. There were people who stuck fast to the Bible. So you had a cube or a coffin. And of course, at the same time, everybody really knew what Noah's Ark looked like. It's one of these things. There's usually a giraffe looking out the window just to complete it. So in fact, Ark fanciers, so to speak, have these three alternatives at their disposal. So it made it even more astonishing when I had the leisure to read this tablet, when it turned out the following thing, because the god Enki, who had discovered that the world was going to be destroyed, decided it wasn't a good matter and that he picked on some human being to build this lifeboat to rescue all life forms against the waters that would come. And it has been a mystery actually why he picked on this Atram Parsis, whose name means extreme, like one of those boxes from IKEA, which has all the information on a mimeographed panel on the side, so when you take it home, you can do it on your own. So the first piece of information that came out of reading this tablet was that the boat was round. And I'm fairly secure about most words beginning with K because I worked on the K volume, so I felt that the word Kibatu was under my belt, but I thought I'd make absolutely sure that I hadn't misremembered it, because round boats are not something you tend to encounter in your normal life. You remember, of course, that riverine communities all over the world have used round boats, which we call coracles, and which in Arabic are called kufr, and that in ancient Mesopotamia they certainly had boats like this, and it suddenly became a rather intelligible picture that for an old Babylonian poet who lived, and he wrote that tablet in about 1800 BC, so it's a thousand years. In writing about this story, conceived of the ark in question, the boat to save lives, as a round coracle boat as people built on the sides of the river. And this makes a lot of sense. The thing about a coracle, if you've never been in one, you will have to take my word for it. I've been in one once. The reason is I'm the president of the British Coracle Association. It's not a funny thing at all. I don't see why you're sniggering. This is a major tribute to me as a person. I haven't got the gold chain. It's a bit annoying, but they promised me one, and I had to go in one. So I've been in one, so I can talk about it with a great deal of familiarity. And the thing about these boats, I know from many years of experience, is that they don't sink. And if you've got the job of collecting up all these male and females and putting them in a boat, you don't have to go from Portsmouth to New York. All you have to do is float. And the coracle doesn't have a front or a back. It just floats, and they float beautifully. So that is why the poet who wrote this story, trying to visualize the thing in a realistic way, decided it was going to be a giant coracle. It certainly was going to be a giant coracle. The surface area of the plan is given, it's 3,600 square meters, so bigger than this room. And in this IKEA list instructions, he tells him of the materials he will need, that's to say, the rope, which is wrapped around to build the body of the boat, the ribs made of wood, and the bitumen to coat it inside and out. Mark. So, this is what, of course, Iraqi coracles look like, or used to look like. The one at the top on your left is a fairly modern one of the last ones ever made, probably. And the one below that is the runner-up to the Guinness Book of Records award for the most males ever stuffed in a single coracle with success. And in fact, they were disqualified because one of them was a boy, and they thought that was cheating. So that's them. And then in the middle is a Latin slide, which was given to us in the museum by an old lady from her father's collection. And we have it blown up, and you can't see very clearly on this screen, but you've got two women who are doing the grand tour and have clearly been persuaded by some slick organizer of holiday activities to go in one of these boats and sample life in real, and they all look terrified. So the thing is that the coracle in Iraq is known in ancient times from the sculptures, for example, but also from many anecdotal and photographic pieces of evidence from the 19th and 20th century as well, even though I think it's now disappeared. So the other photograph which I'll now show you is this, which is from a pair of lantern slide pictures and part of a sequence of someone who photographed the construction of a coracle on the banks of the river in Iraq in about 1920. And here you can see in principle how this boat is built. And what you do is you have to have this great quantity of rope, and you have a pith, the pith which comes from the trunk of a palm tree, which is twisted and twisted and twisted until it becomes a thick rope, and it is exceptionally strong. And the basic way in which the coracle is to be made is you draw it out on the ground in a great circle, and as it comes back to the beginning, the next bit is laid on top of the previous one, and it is stitched north to south, and you go around and stitch north to south, and then the third on top of the second, and you end up with a great floppy basket. And when you've done that, you have to have ribs which fit around the frame, which is laced to the hole, and then the bitumen is applied. So something very interesting happened to me, probably unique situation. The central portion of this tablet is full of numbers and very technical, and I'm frantically innumerate. So I got a bit of help with dealing with the numbers. I never built any boats at all in London, so I wasn't really on top of it, but I discovered in the library of the Ethnographical Institute in our museum that a man called Hornell wrote in 1920 an account of how these coracles are built, which this is an illustration by somebody else. So this Hornell was a very worthy person, a great boat historian, and he was from Scotland, and he was a man of very small number of words. His sentences are extremely terse and very difficult to understand. And the Babylonian, which is more or less preserved, is very terse and difficult to understand in different areas. So I had this unique situation that I used Hornell's description from 1920 AD to understand the narrative written in the 18th century BC about how to build these boats, and at the same time use the Babylonian to understand what he meant in English. And eventually both things became mutually intelligible and the whole sequence emerged. So I'm not going to go through all this in glorious detail. He was tempting to do this and then perhaps suggest why there might be a short paper of test questions for you all to fill out. But there is one thing I want you to retain from this experience of drag, though it may be for many years to come. The measurements of the materials are, of course, given in Babylonian measurements, not in English. They weren't that advanced. So when it came to the rope needed to wind round to make this boat, this god Enki explained to Atrahasis that he would need 14,430 sutu measures of rope in order to build this boat. I thought this was supposed to be the Oriental Institute. Someone was supposed to go or something like that. I'm rather disappointed. Okay, let me tell you another amazing fact. I decided I couldn't cope with the maths on this tablet, so I did what people might normally do, which is look in the yellow pages for a cheap Nobel Prize winner in mathematics. And I got this fellow to come over, and I explored 430 suit. And we knew that the area of the boat was 3,600 square meters and the water 7 meters high. And we also knew that traditionally to build these boats, the rope is about a finger thick, half a finger thick. So we have, in other words, all the dimensions available for a mathematical genius to work out if we were going to build this boat of this size using this material, how much we would really need. Are you with me? Superb. I'll just refresh your memory. The divine instructions specify 14,430 sutu. And this mathematician, extra wine afterwards. So this mathematician, and he did it several times. I used to do it several times and get it wrong each time, but this guy got it right each time. It was rather interesting. When he calculated what we would actually need using a whole bunch of mathematical theorems, which are incredibly bewildering to me, it came out at 14,624 suit. In other words, 527 kilometers. So if this were England, I would say this road goes exactly from London to Edinburgh. And the difference between the specified measure from heaven and the calculated measure worked out by a mathematician is less than the distance from London to Watford. Or to put it in American terms, Chicago to Minnesota, and Chicago to Minnesota minus out, it is that the difference is A, minimal given the length, and secondly, cannot be coincidence. So one is forced to accept that embedded in this poetic narrative, the data which was given, as it were, from heaven, as it were, to man to use, was realistic and predicated on real boat building. This is a very remarkable thing. And it's also remarkable to note that people who make these boats by the side of the river did the same thing from 1800 BC to the middle of the 20th century AD, meaning that the coracle is a perfect construction. It never needed improvement, it never needed adjustment. Once it had come into being, it just went on in the world. Also interesting. So something funny happened to me. I'm sitting on top of this stuff. It's full of amazing excitement. It turns out there's no narrative, it's just speeches, one person to another, unlike any other Mesopotamian text. It turns out that the animals went into right, which we do from the Bible, not without thinking of man, and a million other really marvellous things. So I'm having a lot of excitement about this, and a lady comes in who works for the Guardian newspaper about 3 weeks before Christmas and says to me, anything new in the tabs business, which is the way journalists talk in Britain, nothing special except that I've got the blueprint for how the Babylonians built their ark in the old Babylonian period. So she asked me all sorts of questions. Just before Christmas, this came out in the newspaper. Well, this had other consequences than laughter, I can tell you. I had a large number of phone calls, mostly from this country, from television producers who said, "We got to make a movie!" Like that. And sometimes they called it a documentary. If they knew the full word, I'm not sure. Anyway, this trustee's manual I explained to you about before has taught all curators to have nothing to do with documentary makers, because documentary makers all tell lies. And it's always been our policy to suck with a very long spoon when it comes to any documentary film, especially if it's something to do with the Bible. Because what happens is they make a recording and they go away, and in the editing process they miss out certain words, but not. And so you find yourself on stage talking stuff which is diametrically opposed to what you either said or what you believe. So we're all a bit sceptical about these things, but turned out in the end that a rather interesting person approached me and said, "We've got to do a documentary about this." He was an Englishman, which helped. And I said, "I'm prepared to do this. It'll be an adventure," because what he wanted to do was to build this boat on the basis of the data, because the data made everybody think, well, you could build this boat. So he thought, why don't they do it? They're rather clever in that kind of way. So all they have to do is raise $100 million, and we would do it. So I said, I'm happy to do this, only I thought this would be one of those documentaries, unusual documentary, where we tell the truth about everything. Tell the truth. A long silence. Hello, what? I don't think any of my colleagues have had an idea before. What an interesting conception to work with. And I wanted to be all over this film and to run it. I wanted to do the score, the lyrics, not to mention the film angles, everything about it. I had this documentary in my hand. It would have been a masterpiece, but actually when it started, they kept me down in the most depressing way. So they got the money together and they decided they couldn't build it in Iraq for obvious reasons, and after a lot of time and investigation, they settled on building it in India, in southwest India, in the state of Kerala. And they found a lake and a shipyard they could hire, and the palm trees that provided the rope were there, and all other sorts of materials were there, and it was Iraqish in appearance, so to speak. It had that kind of look about it. So they got together a very serious team of 3 ancient boat builders and a team of workmen, and for 4 or 5 months in India they built this boat. So what actually happened was this, that when I realised that my translation, which was all done in the humility of being a Assyriologist, and nobody's head is on the block or anything like this, I suddenly wake up one day to discover there's going to be this multi-million-dollar operation on the other side of the world with people following my every word as if it's gospel. So of course I word on everything 100 times. Woke up in the middle of the night thinking that actually I got it wrong, it's actually designed for a double-decker bus or something terrible like that. And it was a very nerve-wracking thing, especially when I sent the translation with the dimensions to India, and the guy in charge of it had to be hospitalised when he read how big the thing was. And we had a long interview before it was agreed the following thing, that if they couldn't build it full size, they would build it as big as they possibly could in accordance with the dimensions given by the original measurements. And as you will see, in the second part of this lecture, sometime after 10 o'clock, that the possibility of building it full size was, in fact, perfectly reasonable. So email was rather not smart. This email came saying, would you mind terribly if we've done this on the computer and the wood, it wouldn't sustain itself, we can't. Would you mind if we, so I, instead of being like a normal person, just to write back and say, Jax, it's marvellous that you're doing this, and whatever you have to do is fine, it's absolutely not, how can I ever, I let the thing go for 4 or 5 days, and then I sort of said, no, okay, if you must, like that, okay, just this once, we're building the boat, just this once, you want to make it small, okay, fine. And I discovered afterwards that was a brilliant piece of strategy. Remember this if you're ever in the process of making a documentary film with other people, that's the way to do it, go out of your way to be a bastard. So I got marvellous images which were taken when this boat was being built. Really fantastic photographs. I brought them only a few to give you an idea. But here you can see the chaps who are starting to coil the material, which is already in this very thick snake-like rope at the very beginning of the process of making the bottom, which they will then go round and round and round until they've got the whole boat. And this is a view from the very bottom underneath when they first started it. And the thing is, they calculated very rapidly that the thing, when it was finished, would be exceptionally heavy. And they could, once it was completed and the bottom was finished, they could never drag it along the ground as you would with a lifeboat because the structure wouldn't withstand it. So the whole thing had to be built on a cradle above the ground so that the whole thing could be brought into the water when it came to the time for the launch. So this gives you an idea from the bottom how it looks, the tight structure laced together and tied, and everything was done with ropes and things without any glue or nails or anything. Everything was tightened and tightened. It was the most extraordinary structure. And this was a very important member of the team. Actually, I wanted to bring this elephant back to London because something happened to me once when I was a young curator. I came out of the doors of my department into the gallery, and there were 2 middle-aged American tourists. And one of them said, "Oh, do you work here?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "My wife and I were asking ourselves, how can it be that the doors here are so tall? Because the doors to my department are about the whole size of this wooden panelling, double doors. All the museum doors are built on this scale. And some devil came into my mind, I don't know what made me say this, but I just said, oh, well, this goes back to the time of the British Raj. It because in those days the keepers of the departments used to come to work on elephants. And the guy said, oh, that's really interesting. And I had to run after them up the gallery and say, no, it's not true at all. So I thought, so these are the chaps at work. They had these primitive tools, so to speak, and they sang when they were working, and it was marvelous. And eventually, as the boat took shape, this was a view of the inside, and it was very beautiful inside. It was extraordinary. It was sort of handcrafted. It smelled of wood, and you can see perhaps that these are the great ribs which come down and meet in the middle to make the floor, and they go all the way up here to the top. And these are the walls made of the rope, which is lashed to the ribs on the inside, and then on these struts coming down of the ribs into the middle, they lay these big circular ones, or these stanchions, which supported the upper deck, because in the tablet it's described how many there are and how long they are. These stanchions were posed so that the upper deck could be installed, because the human beings were going to be upstairs and the animals downstairs. And they explained in the text that the house is to be built on the upper deck for Patron Hasis and his immediate family, and it was made by the verb of tying. So it wasn't made of wood, it was made out of reeds that I will show you in a moment. So this is what the inside of it looked like. And people who find out about this have two very interesting questions. The most burning question that I've ever been asked, because I had to talk about this periodically at trials and other rooms full of unknown individuals, and usually somebody asks me afterwards, what do they do with the dung? And it's saying in the tablet what they did with the dung. So if anybody's anxious about it, I'm really sorry, but I don't know either. But the interesting thing is that this is literally like a wedding cake from a recipe, and this structure is how the Babylonian tablet conveyed the idea of it, and theoretically stanchions could have had partitions between them in which species could have been kept separate if, for example, you were going to do that. If you write a book about Noah's Ark, this is another health warning I should impart to you, you do get into hot water because lots of people believe in it, of course, and lots of people have very serious questions like, wouldn't it sink with all the animals? An interesting thing is, lots of discussions of this on the internet, which are absolutely insane in every other particular, discuss how difficult it would be to have a boat with all these heavy animals in. But the point is that when the Babylonians said all the animals, they meant all the animals that they knew. They didn't mean all the animals they'd seen on television. They meant the animals that they knew. And the same in the Bible. They meant the animals that were familiar to them. They were wild animals and domestic animals. And in fact, the list isn't so great. I worked out what the list was. It isn't so huge, and it's not so mad as if you have all the heavy things and all the gnats sort of sticking together and the one squashing the other. So, anyway. Now, when they built this boat in Babylonia, if they did really build it, they had the world's best quality bitumen in abundance, because it bubbles out of the ground like a spring, and it's been used for waterproofing since the beginning of time. And Iraqi bitumen is applied to a boat or a wall or some other material. When it goes hard, it is impermeable, and if you renew it now and again, it will last forever. And we were expecting to get a tanker full of Iraqi bitumen brought to India to do this job. And the careful exercise of discipline about cultural property in Iraq included carcinogenic petroleum kind of productions. They would not allow a single drop of Iraqi bitumen to leave the country. So at the last minute, we had to get Indian bitumen. This is not something I would recommend. I hate to say this, but it's on the black market, which means there's no quality control. And the thing about Indian bitumen is this, that whatever you do with it, it comes off. So these poor blokes in an unbelievably unpleasant environment extremely hot, but constantly applying the stuff and patching it and applying it to try and coat it entirely in bitumen. It was a much more exhausting and unpleasant task than every green activity. And I have to get this right. The guy in the chat in the hat is the man called Tom Fosber, and he is the kind of grand old man of architectural, of archaeological boat reconstruction. And then, if I get this correct, Eric is the one who's his best student, and Alessandro is his other best student. And Alessandro lived on this site for about 4 months with the workmen and ran everything. And this is me, obviously, with them when it was ready to launch. So I told you I wanted to run this thing from beginning to end, and for the last 2 days before the launch. So the house which they built, in accordance with what I mentioned before about it being tied, is an imitation of such houses which used to exist in the marshes of Iraq a long time ago, and they copied one of those houses to be in the spirit of the thing to represent that part. So they left half the floor open, as you can see, so that it could be filmed and everything. And you can see also perhaps the ribs that come up at the top, that's where they were finished, and there's a kind of binding around the top. And it was marvellous. So one of the things that I said, once in a while, you see, they took me for lunch, so I thought, oh, this is my chance to influence this documentary for good. I got these terrific ideas. So one idea was this, that you cannot really have a documentary without animals in it. And we had to have animals in it, I said, animals, street value, credibility, animals in it. And I had this idea for myself. You know the Hitchcock thing, and there's a kind of vignette for me for those who knew. So my idea was to dress up in the sheet and wear sandals and let my hair down and thwack one of these rhinos on the buttocks so they would go up the gangplank. I thought that would be enough for me, that would be a heroic moment. And they said no. So then I said, well, look, I have a better idea. In India, there are many cults in villages where things are made in papier-mâché and painted with great realism, especially tigers and elephants and snakes. They know what they look like, and we can get them to make 2 of each, and they can go on the boat. If the boat sinks, well, that's what things usually do in the ritual, so no one would mind about it, and if it didn't sink, it would be a miracle. So what's wrong with that? No, they said. So I gave up. Now, when I went to India, as I say, it was for the last couple of days, and I have to tell you, 2 things happened, which it's difficult for me to explain clearly in English, because it was so overpowering. One of them was this, that when the boat was ready to go out, let me show you a picture. Hold on. When I got there, the boat was ready to launch. And the plan was that in this film they would do the following thing. It was all leafy and grown over so that no one could see the site. It was supposed to be so no one could spy on what was going on. So it was lots of vegetation. And this was the plan that the director said to me, was that I had to walk through this jungle into the clearing where the boat was in a casual, interesting, fascinating way. And then when I saw the boat, I had to register amazement and delight. So for an actor, this sort of thing is abnormal, of course, but you've got to walk right on television. You can't just walk, left leg, right leg stuff. No, there's a whole way. So it has to be a kind of nonchalant, studied, intellectually stimulating sort of walk. So I get there telling myself, I've got to be excited and delighted. What was it called? Delighted, excited. What was it? I'm thinking, I can only do it once. And as I was walking along, this great metal construction with a camera in was going backwards through the mud, focusing on me from about 2 inches away so that my feelings would be recorded for posterity, but I could only do it once. So this is very difficult, sort of like this. through the clearing, turn the corner, and I see this bird. This is not a very dramatic photograph of it, but when I saw this bird, it was unbelievably exciting and marvellous because this thing was a beautiful boat, a ship, a she, a definite she. It was black and sombre, and it looked like an antiquity. It didn't look like it had just been built, and it was all there from this stupid bit of clay in the British Museum, the other side of the world, come into existence. So it was impossible to simulate reaction. It was all I could do not to burst into tears. It was unbelievably marvellous for me. And that's one thing happened. And then the other thing was this, about these animals. When the boat was ready to go, this is how it was. They got this lake, a special lake in India where there was, of course, no tide and no depth and no danger, where they were going to launch the boat. And there was a lot of talk about whether it would float or not. Now, as the water was not very deep, and as all the materials from which the boat was made would themselves float anyway, I thought that the chances of it sinking were slim. But it was poised on the edge of this lake, and in front of it there was a sea of mud like a rugby pitch. And they got this photographer with a cine camera on a tripod. And just before the ritual of launching the boat, the leaves parted again, and these old men came out. Two of them with goats on strings. You know that way the dog walkers work on in Manhattan, you see them with 7 dogs on one. I don't know what they do when they defecate, I have no idea. But anyway, like the dog walkers, they came out with these goats and they planted a stake for one of them and a stake for the other. And I suddenly realised what this meant. The director had thought of a cheap way of doing the animals, right? So what he was going to do is he was going to have 2 goats, one male and one female, in the lens, so that when it was broadcast and people were on their sofas watching, they would imagine all the animal kingdom behind them. Okay, it's the really cheap version. So what happened was this. These 2 parties of goats, up to their ankles in mud, decided that headbutting was a lot more interesting than being a movie star, and after a while they decided that sexual intercourse was even more interesting. And they had to pay these blokes a lot of money to disentangle this heaving mass of beasts and get rid of them so that we could launch the boat. I thought that was a good bit of sweet revenge. That's the goat. The one of them. So this is what the coracle looked like when it was nearly ready to go. And you can see that they built it on a kind of stand. And the stand itself, they had to get that into the water, and they had a very brilliant way of doing it. They got hold of some local Indian giant coracle launchers who did this sort of stuff on a regular basis, and they had these sausages of rubber which could be laid under the structure in parallel, like sausages on the grid, and then inflated so that they became fully round. And then, like wheels, they would act as rollers, and the thing would gradually go into the water. So this is what it looked like close up. The really intrepid and heavily insured crew members were on board, and the rest of us had to stand back. And these are 2 of these people who've never heard of the expression health and safety. It's marvellous to meet people who've never heard of the word health and safety. So gradually we moved it into the water, and eventually it went into the water, and that's what it did. So exactly what a nice noise. So look, the thing is this, a real coral, a normal functional coracle in rocky water, so that gives you an idea it's slightly bigger than normal. And the interesting thing was that one of the cooks had given us all sandwiches in case we would never see it again, and we would cook the sandwiches in this little house while we all got on with walking around and leaning over the side and making noises. And when we went to have a sandwich, there were millions of ants on them. So this is the truth about the flood and the ark. The one species we don't have to worry about is ants. problem with the leak. And in fact, some journalists made sardonic remarks about leaks and unfair statements about leaks. My argument is, if you've ever been in a rowing boat, there's always water in the bottom, so wouldn't you expect it with the world's largest coral? I thought that was perfectly reasonable, but actually the water started coming in rather fast, and they had to get a couple of fellows with pumps to pump. But it was because of the bitumen. If it had Iraqi bitumen, we could have gone all around the world. That's a very odd thing to be in a ground coral of that size. You probably never will. But it's very remarkable because there is no wake. So when the boat goes through the water, the prow of the boat always leaves that shimmery kind of triangle thing, which you know must be there with a boat. So when you're in a boat when there isn't one, it's very odd. It's like someone who will have a shadow who doesn't have a shadow. It's most peculiar. Anyway, they did lots of filming of it for the documentary. And then in the end, it was necessary to tow this boat out of the lake down one of the canal networks that comes into it and park it somewhere, or as we say in coral circles, berth it. And here you can see the triumphant crew all wearing orange inflatable body sealing anti-drowning devices. So we all walked about like this, and it was hot enough, hardly hot enough to exist in any way, and these things insulated you from head to groin. It was really a kind of torture. So this is the interesting thing that happened. After all this is done, actually, it's not much to tell you, I thought. Yeah, something important. You see, there are clouds in the sky. Now, they were to secrecy because they didn't want tourists coming and getting hurt. And half the tourists were Hindu and half were Muslim. And they worked together for many years on many projects, and they faithfully did not tell anybody about it. So on the day of the launch, the sky had these immensely threatening storm clouds, and everybody thought this was my doing. And this became clear because when the work was finished, the work wanted to be photographed next to me. So there were 40 or 50 of them, and they were all different sizes and dimensions. So it was a sort of up here, and then it was down here, and all the variations of it, all next to these chaps one by one. And when we were going home on the plane, I said to one of the film crew, I was very touched by that display at the end of the whole operation. They'd been working for so many months, and they were so friendly to me and so warm. And I said, I'm used to being a tremendous social success wherever I go, but I did think that was a bit surprising. And this guy said, well, there's nothing about totals advice. And said, they all thought you were a descendant of Noah. So the thing is, we're going home at dusk, and you can see up the sides of this canal these boats for tourists, where people go for the day or for a few days excursion, and they sit on deck drinking gin from dawn to dusk. So by dusk they're usually fairly lubricated. And as we went past all these boats, person after person called out, "Look, there's Noah's Ark." And I thought anything would be more annoying that we spent $500,000 to build something which is totally unlike Noah's Ark in any way whatsoever by a load of drunks is immediately recognisable. I mean, how infuriating is that? So look, this if you fly over, now you would never connect that with Noah's Ark. You would think for a moment of Noah's Ark, but they all had this low view of it, and they immediately recognise it. So that's a kind of weird thing. But then it made me think, because these boats that we have in nurseries, that shape, where does it come from? Because all the paintings that we have, like in the Tower of Babel and so forth, all come from the text of Genesis, the and Matilda, the artists, all the famous artists who did the Tower of Babel, faithfully tried to follow what's in the Bible. So why did nobody ever paint Noah's Ark like it's described in the Bible? Why is it always this kind of boat? And it occurred to me the vague possibility that in point of fact, that the boats that you see this shape are in fact the profile of a round boat, and maybe some echo of this tradition survived beyond this tablet, because otherwise it's unintelligible. Anyway, in the end, we had to move by this small canal out of the way of the world, and good, and try and find someone to take it over, but that's altogether another story. So the film was made, the film was shot. In the first flush of excitement, I was taken aback to find this newspaper. Actually, these newspapers have even more startling things than that. That's pretty good, I think. Anyway, of course, I knew they were wrong. And the reason I knew they were wrong was because we have the proof in the British Museum. You see, we have this old map of the world, which was drawn in about 600 BC, probably in Babylon. And this map of the world has been in the museum since about 1878. It's a very well-known thing. It's published all over the place. But for those people who are interested in this art story, it's a corker of a thing. So you can see, with the aid of this modern, sophisticated computer diagram, which is pretty good going for the British Museum, that you have a circle with a ring of water around it, and the water is described as bitter water, it's a river, and inside this disc represents the Mesopotamian heartland. And it is interesting that conceptually they thought it was round, acting on the assumption that if they didn't think it was round, they wouldn't have drawn it as round. So here we have the Euphrates River, and this is the Persian Gulf, and this is Babylon straddling the Euphrates, and there are these various circles with inscriptions in, which are mostly towns in Iraq or sometimes tribal names. And so this is a kind of rough map of Mesopotamia. There are lots of people who've written about it saying it's not accurate, and it's inaccurate. And we tried to use it on our motoring holiday and we got lost. And the thing was meant to be accurate in the first place. In fact, it wasn't. Because the interesting thing to these people is these triangles which are drawn off the perimeter, the outer perimeter of the river. And these are considered to be islands or mountains which are on the rim of the world. And there are in fact 8 of them. And this text on the side, when it was complete, there is a rule in Assyriology that the more interesting a document, the more damaged it is. This is a prime specimen. But there are 8 sections here in which what is to be found on those remote islands is described. And they are like something out of Greek narrative. There's a tree that has jewels on it, there are birds that don't fly, there are extraordinary traveller's tales type inventions. And on this one here, it says if you go across the river and you climb the mountain, you go the distance across the river, you go up the mountain, you'll see something whose wooden blocks are as thick as a sift. Now, the thing is this, is that Trahasis tablet, when Enki is telling Trahasis to build the ark, each time he has done one of the tasks, he says to Enki, I have done what you asked me. And when he cut the ribs, he said, I have cut the ribs as thick as a parsec. Now, a parsec is a volume measurement and not a length measurement. So this means, as far as I can see, that to say something as thick as a parsec is a kind of expression in Babylonian, like you might say as thick as 2 short planks, or as thick as a barrel. It's 2 short planks can be of any thickness. It doesn't really matter. It's a kind of image. And the thing is that this expression, thick as a parsec, occurs only on this map and on the ark tablet. So it is my contention that what this refers to It's the ridge of the boat outlined against the sky, and if you climb this remote mountain, you will see the remains of Caesar landing on the mountain. Well, this in itself is not surprising because tablet, 1,000 years after my one, so to speak, also landed on the mountain. So that's what tended to happen to arcs in general. Here, however, we have our map, which tells us which one it was. Now, the really cute thing is, we can identify now it's this one here. Now, this is where it gets really whistly. The part of the known world which is in the same direction as this mountain is labelled as Urartu. It's Armenia, it's the name of Armenia where there were people who were very troublesome to the Assyrians, the Armenians, and they called their area Urartu or Urashtu. And so this map tells you that if you cross this river, you see this mountain, here you see the ribs of the boat. When you come back, the first place you land in is Urartu. But in my opinion, this is the explanation for the narrative. Not on Mount Ararat. In fact, it is landing among the mountains of Ararat. It is not, the Hebrew is unambiguous. The Noah's Ark landed among the mountains of Ararat. So, in other words, a district. And I believe that, as I try to explain in detail in this book, that the traditional idea, the story in Genesis derives from the Babylonian forerunner, also adopted with it the tradition about where this thing landed. But for the Judeans, they no more knew where Urartu was than anywhere else. And they certainly didn't twig the idea that the Babylonian conception was it would go beyond the river, beyond the edge of the world to a district where no man ever goes and comes home again. But this word, in the same geographical location as this mountain, is surely the origin of the expression in the Hebrew Bible. So I thought that was kind of neat. And then life intervened to teach me a lesson. The Easter before last, I and my family went off on the Sunday for a day old church. So we like going to old churches, so we went and drove up and went in, and there was a lynch gate and then the very ancient church behind it. And as it was Easter Sunday, all the big door you see here, to try and listen through the gap so we wouldn't burst in and disturb everybody. And as I was crouching there listening, there was a kind of drop on the back of my head. And I looked up, and there on the roof, up there, there was a bird. Now the thing is this, there was no bird shit on the ground at all. This was not the bird toilet. And the bird there was a pure white dove. So I had, there it is, it's up there. There, it's a pure white dove. And the floor beneath the spot is that any detective would immediately examine the terrain to see whether there was prior use. And all I can say is I have a pretty good idea who might have said it. Thank you.
It's 8 o'clock. Do you know where your universe is? Start by imagining a tropical lagoon. To the fish that live here, this watery world is all there is. This lagoon is their entire universe. They have no idea there's anything beyond. Well, they are fish, and some very different. So now that you are a fish, what if you got a clue that this world of ours is just a tiny lagoon and something much bigger? Your fish brain handle that? We humans always assumed our universe is one of a kind, unique. Even the word universe reflects this. We think that one and only universe came into existence nearly 14 billion years ago, what's called the Big Bang. In the 1980s, a group of young physicists, including Andre Linde, Paul Steinhardt, Andreas Albrecht, and Alan Guth, came up with an enhanced version of the Big Bang theory. They proposed that in the first instant after the Big Bang, the universe underwent a burst of incredibly rapid expansion called inflation. Satellite measurements of the heat left over from the Big Bang now support the idea. But surprisingly, the theory of inflation also suggested something very odd. According to inflation, the Big Bang that created our universe may not have been a one-time event. Instead, it could have happened again, and again, and again, an infinite number of times. And just as our Big Bang created our universe, each of those Big Bangs would have created other universes. The process will continue eternally. So Guth, Linde, and others concluded that instead of a universe, we might be living in a multiverse. The math shows, it's always the math, right, that the multiverse would contain a huge variety of universes, ranging from some that are nothing like ours to others with duplicates of Earth in each and every one of us. In fact, the existence of so many other universes would mean everything that can happen will happen in one universe or another. It's an intriguing, out-of-the-pond idea, but also controversial, igniting a fierce debate in the scientific community. Several scientists, including some who helped create the theory of inflation, come up with counter-arguments to the multiverse. A theory that predicts everything predicts nothing, one wrote. And critics object that considering the multiverse is more akin to philosophy than science. So who is right about the multiverse? We all know how our fishtail would turn out if those fish could find a way to see beyond their lagoon. They would discover that their universe is not unique, and that Earth's surface is covered with lagoons, ponds, lakes, seas, and oceans, teeming with all kinds of creatures. This discovery would forever change their picture of reality. But what about us? What would it mean to find word life? What if I just zapped out of this 2D multiverse and appeared before you right now?
Welcome to the World Science Festival Multiverse Big Idea, where Brian tried to kind of warn us and me that this would get pretty heated. So maybe I should just completely change my introduction. I think maybe just to get us all ready. Welcome to 2013. Something like that. I mean, that is why you bought tickets, right? But seriously, is the multiverse idea something that's implied by deficiencies in existing cosmological theories? Or is it something some scientists need to help them explain certain unresolvable problems in existing theory? Basically, we are dumped down here in the middle of the incompleteness of cosmology right now, and our mission is to move from stuff we know to stuff we really don't know, and take you all along on this journey. But let me just say that in a parallel universe where
The Knicks are still in the playoffs, where President Romney closed Gitmo, where David Petraeus did not have an affair, and Margaret Thatcher is still Prime Minister of Britain. Yes, it would be a very different world than versus, like I said, that was the case, there would be no Las Vegas, right? They needed to turn out one way and not the other. We have an extraordinary group of individuals to talk about all of this from the standpoint of very particular positions that will be argued here on this stage, and also from the standpoint of teaching you how this argument is actually playing out with as much of the real physics as we can provide to you. I'm going to just sit back and let them talk. Please welcome onto our stage, Andre Linde. Studied physics at the Moscow State University. In 1975, he started his work at the Lebedev Physical Institute. In 1985, he became a professor of physics. In 1989, he joined the theory division at CERN, Switzerland. And in 1990, he became a professor of physics at Stanford University. Also, please welcome Alan Good. Professor of physics at MIT, world-renowned for his discovery of inflation mathematical tools for quantitatively analyzing inflation, suggestion that there are an infinite number of universes. And now, Andreas Albrecht. Discovery of cosmic acceleration has been transformative to the field of cosmology. Albrecht is known for his groundbreaking work on dark energy theory and phenomenology. Albrecht moved from a professorship at Imperial College in London to UC Davis in 1998 to build the cosmology program there. He's now physics department chair at UC Davis. He's a fellow of both the American Physical Society and the Institute of Physics. And finally, Neil Turok. After his PhD at Imperial College in London, Turok was Associate Scientist at Fermilab, Professor of Physics at Princeton, Chair of Mathematical Physics in Cambridge. He's now Director and Niels Bohr Chair at the Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics in Ontario, Canada. Please, an applause for all of our panelists. I love that name first and then welcome you on. It does have a kind of a WrestleMania feel to it. Let's start with you, Neil. We begin with what we know. The Big Bang is something that was controversial when I was growing up in the 60s, but it's something that's a fairly settled question.
What we're always interested in are the questions on the frontier of what we know. But over the last 3 decades, we have learned an amazing amount about the universe, and the vast majority of that we have learned to believe in the Big Bang from many lines of evidence. We are fairly confident that around 14 billion years ago, the universe started out in what I call a ball of light, a very intensely hot piece of energy fusion rather than a meteor, which was expanding with enormous speed. And its space was expanding. It wasn't a bang, in fact, the names in this story. It's a big expansion. We have this tiny object which literally expanded into everything that's there. And so the fundamental theories are that all of light expanded, this radiation filament cooled, out of that emerged particles coming together to make those come together electrons, atoms, and the atoms come together to form galaxies, stars, and planets, and all the things we see today. And so the big mystery in cosmology is what bang, what actually created the second mystery, which is highlighted recently, is what's going to happen in the future. And here the story is equally mysterious, is that space is not empty of the space between galaxies is not empty. We know it's full of energy, which we call dark energy. This has an effect, of course, of expansion to accelerate it. So you can see the universe now accelerating its expansion, emptying out. The future looks to be very dark, cold, and isolated. So this is
That's great to hear.
yeah. So we have this picture of the universe with tons of data, of course, and some very fundamental mysteries. One of the most interesting is that light wasn't completely smooth. So all those properties have had variations in the density of matter from place to place, at a level of about 1 part per 1,000. The question is, where do those variations come from? They're incredibly important because those variations later clumped into galaxies and stars and planets. So they were our ancestors. And you see in the picture at the top, the Planck satellite, just in the last couple of months, released its maps showing us a picture of what those variations look like. Just when the radiation from the hot plasma universe was released to us about 400,000 years ago. So we are seeing the ripples of that tiny warp drive as the universe comes into existence. On the other side, we learned a lot about the vacuum just last year. It's full of the Higgs field. That space is not empty, not just because of dark energy, but it's also full of this Higgs field which controls the masses of the particles we are made of. And so that's, you know, the Earth is like it's really intriguing. It's all about what this matter nature and initially I was hoping this format would be much more of a debate than I will be. Because trying to explain this has encouraged theories to move forward. And literally the last 30 years have been an explosion of theory. And multiverse is certainly in our minds. Okay, whether it's in reality is for me a very open question. What I would say is that evidence from last year, large hadron exposure, goes strongly against the multiverse. So most theorists were expecting more than one multiverse, lots of other particles, lots of complications. Instead, the Large Hadron Collider found just one exposure with amazingly simple properties which indicate that perhaps we can trace what happened to the Higgs field all the way back to the singularity itself. And it points to extraordinary simplicity in that singularity. Likewise, the Planck satellite is showing us a far simpler pattern than predicted. Inflation isn't a theory, it's a vast collection of things, and the vast majority of those can be pulled out by the data. So I would say the universe is giving us an amazing glimpse of extraordinary simplicity and beauty structure. What we need now are theories, principles, mathematics, which explain the multiverse all going in the wrong direction. It's a bunch of...
All right, let's hold on for 1 second. You said, let me just ask you a question, and we will get to the other corners here in a moment. You said that the Planck satellite gives us a picture of something that happened 400,000 years ago?
We can see it as it was 400,000.
400,000 seems like a blink. Seems like a blink of time. 400,000.
Earlier than that. Sorry.
I sense the fact here. Yes, I sense the fact, so I just wanted to clarify.
Sorry. Since the fact.
Since the Big
Bang.
If the Big Bang only happened 400,000 years ago, that would be a big news story.
Yeah.
I would be covering that.
Since the bag. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Since the bag. Sorry.
You anticipated the next segment of our program, and that is inflation theory, which while perhaps less generally accepted than the Big Bang, is also embraced by a lot of scientists who are concerned about how the look of the universe that we see now is not explained solely by a Big Bang that expanded continuously. There would have to be a period of time of rapid inflation where all of the matter in the universe was together to explain the uniformity that we see today. Here to help us understand that, Alan Guth.
Thank you. Okay. To describe how inflation fits into the Big Bang picture, we'll talk about it today. I think the key word is the word crinkle. Inflation is a prequel to the conventional Big Bang picture. There's inflation way on the left, top left, cosmic inflation, at about 10 to the minus 30 seconds. It provides a story that precedes the expansion of the universe, the formation of galaxies, etc., etc. And basically, where it fills in is an important point which Neil actually mentioned. The Big Bang Theory is a misnomer. What we call the Big Bang Theory scientifically really says nothing whatever about what bang, why it banged, or what happened before it banged. It really says nothing about the bang. The story, the classic Big Bang Theory is the story of the aftermath of the bang. It describes what happens after the matter was already expanding with the space along with it.
You use more technical terms. You don't say pre-bang, post-bang, stuff like that.
Not more technical.
Slightly, okay. Yeah. Please continue, yes.
Okay, so the way in which inflation explains the bang is in terms of a very surprising feature, very surprising to most of us, which is the fact that gravity actually sometimes acts repulsively. Now, those of us who learned about gravity, when Newton's law of gravity probably sounds crazy, because Newton's law of gravity is purely retracting law of gravity. But that got changed with the advent of Einstein's theory of gravity, which is the theory of general relativity. According to general relativity, gravity normally acts attractively, but there are circumstances under which it can act repulsively. And furthermore, modern particle physics, with very high energy as we expect, there exist the kind of states of matter to produce the most repulsive form of gravity that general relativity allows. The inflation is basically the proposal that the bang of the Big Bang, the driving force behind the expansion, was this repulsive gravity as allowed by general relativity.
And can I just ask you, so the math of both the Big Bang and the way Einstein presents how the universe works suggests that at high energy states, the gravity that we understand becomes an explosive force pushing outward rather than forward.
That's right.
And so the question is, you go about trying to test how that would actually work in the time span of the immediate aftermath of the Big Bang.
That's right.
Please continue. I just want to make sure I was on the same page. This is always very terrifying for me. Okay.
Okay, good. Good. I should add that the inflationary model depends heavily on another very peculiar property of physics, that we're not used to, which is the idea that energies can be either positive or negative. And in fact, the total energy of our universe is completely consistent with adding up to zero. Zero in the form where all the positive energies in the form of matter and radiation, the stars and galaxies, as you probably know, mass is limited to energy according to relativity. The famous MC squared equals mass equal to energy, which is mass times c squared. All of those are positive functions. The negative contribution comes from the gravitational field that fills the universe. Gravitational fields actually have a negative contribution to energy. As far as we can tell, the total energy of the universe is consistent with exactly zero. The cancellation is positive and negative contributions. And that's very important, especially for this idea of the multiverse, which means that we can produce universes for free. It costs nothing to produce a universe. The universe is in some sense, the phrase I like to use, is the ultimate free lunch.
I actually really was impressed by the universe until you just said that.
That is right.
I'm sort of yawning at another universe.
What I really am saying is that the universe is a gigantic Big nothing as far as quantities that are conserved, quantities that cannot be made. So universes can be made free.
So the conditions that establish the Big Bang and produce one universe are equivalent to a Big Bang which produces infinite universes, based on the math that you.
But the same mechanisms that produce one universe produce many. And as far as I'm concerned, that's the normal science. There's nothing this one. So I think this just proves that technology is like now let me finish by describing some of the things that this inflationary model can explain. Once you decide that this mechanism of propulsion is very likely to play out born, as what we might predict that we see. And in fact, it allows us to understand three very important properties of our universe. One is it allows us to understand the uniformity of our universe. As I think was already mentioned, this cosmic background radiation, and now measured with incredible precision, has fluctuations which are incredibly but these fluctuations are incredibly tiny. They're only at the level of 1 part per 1,000. The accuracy of 1 part per 1,000. The cosmic background radiation that we see is the same intensity in every direction you look. The universe is just unbelievably uniform on large scales. And that cannot be understood in the dimension of the Big Bang picture. But inflation explains it very naturally. You start with a very small universe, it becomes uniform before inflation, and then inflation just takes over and magnifies this tiny uniform speck to become large enough for everything.
So the moment the inflationary period ended, they were together enough to have produced the uniformity that we see today, and then post-inflation period, everything kind of got disconnected and clumpy and all that, but the conditions for uniformity were already set in the inflation period.
Absolutely. Right. That's a picture.
All right.
Now, the other, a second very important prediction that this inflationary model makes is for the overall mass density. So we'll not matter. When inflation was first proposed, the prediction differed from what was observed by about a factor of 3 and a lot of times 9. Strong friends told me that inflation was obviously wrong. Wrong. Mass density. Now it's right on. The observations have changed. The main addition is this dark energy. Right in the dark energy, the prediction of inflation is right on the dot. Now measures an accuracy of about 0.5%, and it will be what inflation predicts. And finally, and this we talked about more in sure, inflation makes predictions for these non-uniformities of the background radiation and the matter distribution. Inflation predicts it because in the context of these inflationary models, these non-uniformities actually arise due to just pure quantum uncertainties. Classically, inflation will produce an absolute sphere. But because of the quantum uncertainties, the mass density is a little bit higher in some places, a little bit lower in other places, and inflation predicts what we call the spectrum of these non-uniformities. That is, it predicts how the intensities vary with the wavelengths. And the measurement showed that the predictions of inflation were, again, essentially right on the dot. Marvelous prediction of the simplest models and what is actually observed.
Let me ask you one question as a matter of clarification. We'll move on to some of the experimental evidence. Are familiar with Star Trek and sci-fi videos of one kind or another, seeing the Big Bang in person, as I have. Understand it to have gone from a very small point, but continuously to have expanded. The inflationary model suggests that there was a rapid period, then a really rapid period, and then a slow period. And I've heard that likened to what happens when a marble rolls down the side of a very steep incline. It goes from a flat state up here to a flat state down here. But as it's rolling down, it's moving very, very, very quickly. How do you understand that it's possible for something very discontinuous to have happened in what we think of as a continuous expansion of the universe?
Yeah, the cause, well, first of all, something more continuously is saying that is inflation doesn't really speed up the expansion of the universe. It really just stops it from slowing down. Otherwise, at the end, inflation turns off. It turns off because these peculiar materials that create form of gravity are fundamentally unstable. So they decay when we collect the sun decay. And when they do, the universe doesn't suddenly slow down. What turns off is the acceleration by the speed of expansion and inflation.
All right, so let's move to the question of experimental evidence of all this. All of these gentlemen have something to add to that discussion. But Andres, let's begin with you. Like satellites have been referred to, the background radiation has been referred to. These are experimental details. Why don't you elaborate?
Well, I want to start with that. When I was a grad student, I wanted to be a particle theorist. I showed up at Paul Steinhart's office, and he was mentioning I had this old school training where there were big questions, no theories, you did them by heart saying.
And they were ministers who did that.
And fortunately, also Andre was bringing particle physics to the universe. And so what's happened since then, I think, is one of the most triumphant transformations of the field of science ever, from having almost nothing to having just an abundance of interest that people would be talking about. We've had, so the 9th satellite is the 3rd of the series of radio telescope satellites that successively give us successively better resolved, beautiful images way back in the universe. So just to give you a feeling of this Big Bang that we were talking about, a good way to measure the time back is in terms of the density, which is ever higher as we go back.
That's the seeing here is the satellite itself, right?
And that's the satellite itself.
Walk us through these.
The satellite was launched a few years ago. As we were going about our lives, it was busy in space, sweeping out, measuring the universe. And we all agree that what it's looking at is the universe in the density is 100 million times, 100 million times greater than it is today. And it's about 1 atom per cubic meter. 100 million times greater is what is creating. I think it's looking back in time. When Alan said that the little variations of the quantum fluctuations, the great thing about that is that's just not handwritten. There's absolutely concrete mathematical theory. You put in the quantum field theory, you bring the gravity, you turn the crank, you get an answer. What you're going to see, it's unusual in science. It's such a concrete mechanism every step of the way. These guys know how to do it. And they turn the crank, use theoretical
Now, if I wasn't at the World Science Festival and I came upon this image, forgive me, I might not say, aha! It's the beginning of our universe. I wouldn't necessarily immediately recognize that as the beginning. What is it that's so exciting? I should, yes, exactly. What is it that's exciting about this image? Because either we're talking about the quantum variations that you mentioned at the very, very beginning, or are we talking about the quantum fluctuations during the inflationary period?
Well, it's quantum fluctuations from inflation, or maybe an alternative theory. But maybe the way to say this, and I think we all agree, that all our different theories say that what we're seeing in that image is from physics that happened so long ago. The density is actually moving from time. So we all agree that the right science is to reach way down. And look at amazing physics. It's doing something completely different from what we see around us today. And that's got to be what tells us what's there. And furthermore, we have actual theories. We can do this calculation. Get that.
And I think it is very exciting, but again, having a little difficulty interpreting that image. I mean, what is to say that thousands of years from now, people won't say, and they took a satellite and it went out and it spun around and took these pictures, and they thought they were looking at the beginning of the universe. Yeah. How ridiculous is that? How can you objectively say that data is giving you? What is it about? What's yeah, do it.
So I'm going to start by remembering back to 1992, the first of these satellites. There was something very quick conference that Neil was there all day on. And so excited, he said it's a thermal spectrum. And it starts with thermality.
temperatures are real temperatures and not distortions. So in physics, temperature is all tied with equilibrium. If something's out of equilibrium, the temperature will, the notion of temperature will be flawed. And the notion of temperature here in snap is perfect. It's the best picture of the thermal state here now. And it's a great, and to then to achieve that finality. So the competing ideas back then, there were still people who thought maybe the universe wasn't so hot. And they couldn't get that. So we build it up with studies.
Andre, what excites you most about what the flying satellite is doing, and how much does it reconcile with what theories that you proposed would predict? And then we will introduce the multiverse idea.
Actually, when I looked at this picture for the first time, and that was the plant produced picture, it was in my flight from Geneva to San Francisco, and I downloaded the papers just 10 minutes before the flight, all 30 of them, and I was looking at them, and I'm not that sentimental person. I was nearly crying because it is just magnificent. What we see right now, this is a photograph. All this, the size of the sky, the biggest photograph ever. And then what it shows a photograph of quantum fluctuations, which were produced 10 to the minus 30, about these seconds, reduced. Then, according to this inflationary theory, stretched all across the universe in exponentially large scale. And then they produced our galaxy where we live right now. And then we see them, these images. And then these features of these perturbations, they were predicted by inflationary theory, and then we're checking and we see exactly what was predicted there. So this is just magnificent result. We are all happy that we are living. I never believed that it's possible. When we invented inflationary theory, I knew theory must be right. I knew it will never be checked because it's just impossible. It's technologically impossible. And then I learned how to respect our experimentalist colleagues. They are smart.
Well, were you a little bit nervous when they said, actually, we're going to check it? We're going to check it. Did you get a little nervous?
Look, I remember somebody told me, I don't remember where it was, that Einstein, when he received the results confirming or not confirming general theory of relativity, he said that if there would be non-confirmation, then it would be death for experiment. So this was the feeling with which we were living, because I must explain why people were so excited about inflationary theory. Einstein always wanted to find out one unique explanation of our universe, to explain why it is everywhere the same. He used something which was called cosmological principle. Cosmological principle means that the universe is everywhere the same, uniform, and that's why it is uniform, because of the cosmological principle. A long time ago, I used to make a joke, because I did not know who invented this cosmological principle. I used to make a joke that some people do not have good ideas, but they have principles. And then I learned that actually Newton also used it. But nevertheless, what we wanted, not just to say, oh, this is a principle. Because if you say that the universe must be uniform, then where are the origin of the galaxies? So you cannot be considered a man of principle if you take small bribes. You cannot say that the universe must be uniform and here are the galaxies. So you notice things, right? So that's what inflation is. What are the origin of the galaxies all together in one package? What it did, first, it rapid stretch of everything which was before. Think about Himalaya, and you stretch this Himalaya by the factor 10 to the degree 10, whatever. Inflation does it so much that instead of Himalaya, you have a flat space. So nobody would go in alpinist journey there because it will be interesting. Yeah. So this was the first thing. So this is what inflation does. But then if simultaneously it will not reproduce galaxies, this would be a disastrous thing. So what we did, well, actually our colleagues did, whatever. So what happened? Come on, I was in Lebedev Physical Institute, and my colleague next door, Mukhanov, he was inventing at that time theory of quantum perturbations, which were expanding and producing galaxies during exponential expansion of the universe. And I said, what nonsense! Can you produce anything classical from anything quantum? Galaxies are huge. We're talking about quantum fluctuations. And then I understood that without this, I would not be able, happens only to erase all structure which existed before and not produce anything instead. Then it would be a disaster. You will have all homogeneous universe, not one person there, not including me or us, whatever. So that definitely contradicts experimental data. So what we try to do, we try to do something better than that. And yes, indeed, we are able to explain how galaxies are formed. Now, so what we did, we explained how the universe is homogeneous, and we then answered Einstein that we know how to explain the uniformity. Then we explain how on top of this inhomogeneity, we get some inhomogeneity, is very important in our life. And then the next step, and that was something which was total surprise for me. When I was thinking about this universe expanding, like, look, think about the football, okay? So football have a black, white, black, white, black, white, and a round ball. Now, think about it expanding this 10 to the 100 times. There, but it depends on the model. Now, so what happens is that black territory becomes black and huge. So the person living on the black, he looks around and he will see, I'm in the black universe. Universe is everywhere black. Let me try to explain why universe must be black. Okay? Because otherwise, these are my experimental data. But this is a part of the football. So another guy who is living on white, he will see himself surrounded by white, and he will be trying to explain now, is a like what I call cosmopolitan perspective. Some live in black, some live in white, and that's just fine. Now, what inflation therefore does, it is first moment when you start thinking, actually, maybe Einstein wanted something more than we actually can give him, because he was trying to explain why the universe must be everywhere white. And then I see that in this simple picture is not necessary. And then we start studying these quantum fluctuations, which are produced during inflation, produce these galaxies. And we have seen that in some parts of the universe, these quantum fluctuations, new stage of exponential expansion, new inflationary universe. And then if this new inflationary universe can have different properties from ours, it may or may not want, depending on the theory which we study. But if it can, then you have, even if you start with one white universe, it starts producing black universes. If you have many options, it will produce white, black, green, blue, whatever. And then you start thinking, okay, so how many different you may produce? And until approximately 2003, when I was working on it, and Alan was working, and Alex Vilenkin was working, and some other colleagues, when we were talking about it, other people say, no, this is just nonsense because who need it? We have one universe, one is enough, don't do it. And also,
can I be one of those people just for a moment?
Yeah,
and say, don't do it?
For a moment, yes.
If we look at this picture that supposedly shows the picture of the universe very, very early in the Big Bang, what is it about that, or the mathematics, or the principles at work there that give you that picture that make it so exciting? It's written in fine print. Oh, by the way, continued in another universe. Why do you need to have more universes if this picture was so satisfying to you? Is it the math? What is it that implies there's multiverses? Yeah, you gotta follow.
Yeah. So first of all, the property of these perturbations which occur here, they have some interesting feature that the amplitude of the perturbation actually grows with large scale. So they are larger at large scale. And then it suggests that if you continue going, that on some very, very large scale, it will be much larger than what we see here, and maybe of the order of one. So it will be actually completely different from what we see. So this is just a hint. But what we have right now, you should think about it in slightly different terms. Previously, it was like that. Because this is what we see, and everywhere it is the same, then it must be the same for whatever reason. I don't know why, but it must be the same. What inflation say, But now that we have a possibility that universe could have different properties, but they were just stretched, and we will have an illusion that they are the same, then the burden of proof that the universe is everywhere the same are on those who say so. As previously it was like following from observational data, now it doesn't. And then the next step which happened was most important in this, and it happened in the year 2003 when string theory entered the stage. So until this time, we did not know, string theory is king and queen of every possible theory of everything. Maybe, okay, maybe, but one way or another, this is the best that we have. So this theory, which is the best that we have, predicted you that we must live in a four-dimensional space, three dimensions of space at one time, but actually, fundamentally, our space has 10 dimensions, so 9 dimensions of space is one of them. And then the question, of course, we see only 3 of space. So how this happens that 6 others are not appearing? And then string theory said, okay, because these 6 others, they were squeezed into something tiny, which we do not see. And then we ask, so how can you prove that this is what is going to happen? And they say, we'll prove next year. So they started doing it in 85, and until 2003 we did not know the answer. Then something else happened. We found that our universe at the present moment is expanding exponentially, slightly, just a little bit, slowly. And then, Edwin, who is the God and string theory, just mentioned at some conference in India that I would not know how to explain what? Oh, I thought that Ed is preventing.
And occasionally the other universes protrude. Hold that thought for just a second. Andres' follow-up.
So I actually think I not meant to. This is a comment not from the wrestling phase, but I'll slip it in, even though I think we're in it. That the gold standard in science is actually ruling theories out. And one of the reasons these data are so amazing is that we have ruled theories out. So in the early days, we had very different computing theories. We had theories that these patterns that we see on these beautiful maps, maybe they would come from astrophysical explosions. That was a very popular idea at the time. We had ideas that those patterns would come from something called cosmic defects, and I worked very hard on those theories. And those theories have just been totally ruled out by the data that we have. And that gives a sense of real progress. And even though around the group we have different theories, or from different theories of what makes those patterns, they've all been narrowed down, so they all have a lot of similar properties, and all very different from the ones that failed. And so that's a real palpable sense of progress that we're really narrowing things down.
Well, I'm thrilled that everyone's making progress and that we're working very, very hard. Let's just hold the stage here for a moment, because I think the reason why you guys came here is to find out if there's an actual perfect copy of you existing in another universe, much more successful than you are, and you'd love to be able to communicate with them and find out what they did right and what you are doing wrong. That's certainly why I'm here. Who believes that there is absolutely a set, infinite or not, of parallel universes, and that's implied by the physics that we understand today? Raise your hand if you believe in the multiverse. Who does? Who believes the multiverse? Likely? Okay. So, and no. So we got no. So it's 2 and 2.
Can I just comment?
Please.
As Andy and was saying, the reason we've got excited about this, we believe in theories and make predictions, and test those predictions, prove some theories wrong. What's happened with inflation is because the mathematical underpinning, in other words, the prequel to inflation, was never developed. There is inflation never described what happened in singularity, which preceded inflation. And so inflation has from the beginning been a theory in which this question of why the inflation started was never answered. So the question of the initial conditions before inflation is still a mystery, and in fact has become a bigger and bigger mystery over time. And this in fact is the reason for the origin of the multipliers. That because inflation, unfortunately, is going to higher.
So I take that a little further and say, so Alan's original paper excited us all by the promise of explain the starting point. And I think that agenda is yet to work. Explaining of the tuning of the randomers has not happened because it's gotten so messy. Prequel, the finite prequel, works great and it makes it patterns. But then going to the prequel is where things get really messy. Everything depends on how that works.
How do you see the problem of what happened before the inflationary period, prequel, and what's happening now?
Right. As long as inflation never from the beginning was the absolute origin of inflation theory evolution, as was the Big Bang theory itself, as in biological evolution. So inflation is one more step. None of the stuff beginning. What we have found, though, and I'm going to talk about more in a few minutes, is that most forms of inflation have the property that once inflation starts, it never stops. Instead, inflationary region goes on to see pocket increases. Something's called pocket increases. That's infinitum. And that makes the question of how it all started much less important. The question is still there, and I think needs to be answered. And I agree. Yeah.
With this very basic question, it's picture of pocket increases, which is this has become what's called the measure.
Well, let's get an understanding of the pocket. Let's get an understanding of whether the pocket universe idea is implied by some of the shortcomings that Neil has talked about regarding inflation, or if it's something that you conveniently need to pursue your own views of the universe. You've got some slides that help us understand what these multiple universes look like.
I actually can start with saying still when I started talking about string theory and why people actually started getting much more excited about the idea of the multiverse than they were 20 years ago. So what happened is that when string theorists tried to address the experimental fact that the universe right now is accelerating, they tried to do it and didn't work, tried to do it and didn't work. And we know that string theory is very difficult to come to real experimental tests with. And now, here is a test. Here is experimental result and does not fit string theory. So at this moment, string theory is trying to understand whether it's possible to explain this accelerated universe. Now,
the experimental result you're talking about is acceleration.
Yes, acceleration. And that's what was done at Stanford. So it's really there was a group of people partially published, the person from India, Trivedi, I was like a small consultant there. So we have found a way how to explain stability of these 6 extra dimensions and simultaneously explain how the universe is accelerating in the competitive state. Since that time, no gaps in all this formulation was found so far. It is very difficult. String theory is extremely complicated theory. But what was found, instead of finding any contradictions in it, was found that these squeezing of these 6 extra dimensions may come in many different versions. How many versions? Well, we suggested one possibility, and then people start counting how many others. So this is kind of image of what happens in string theory in these 6 dimensions. It's kind of image because this is 2-dimensional picture of 6-dimensional universe. So it's kind of cutting through it, right? But then what you see is that it is very topologically non-trivial. What I mean is that consider, well, so you have a ball and you take a hole and make a hole in it, and you get this famous New York bagel. Okay, now you take a bagel and make a hole in it, and you make another hole and make it like that. Okay, so you have all kind of things that you can do, having a compact something, but maybe having lots of different holes and putting some different fields, etc. Depending on how you do it, you will later, as a result of that, have totally different physics in the remaining 3-dimensional world. So how many different versions of it, and this is an estimate. So this is very conservative estimates. First, this estimate 10 to the degree 500, 10 to the degree 500 different possibilities. And then they start saying, actually, maybe it's 10 to the degree 1,500. Then they start saying, well, actually, maybe there's infinitely many versions. Then they return back some of the infinite actually happen to be not very good.
But this kind of thing worries me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, but the thing is that you need 1, 2, or 3 good ones. Okay, so we are currently living sufficiently good one, maybe not in the best. But what happens is that previously we thought that multiplicity is something in the mind of philosophers. You have just one universe, okay? So when I'm talking about this football analogy, why not white, nevertheless? So what happens is that if you study string theory and you try to explain why universe is four-dimensional and why it's accelerating, it brings you this multiplicity of choices. And then anybody who says, now my theory, like Neil, for example, my theory is based on string theory. Come on, if you say this word, you are in the multiverse because you have this 10 to the 500 degrees state. And if you want to prove that you are not, then you must prove that you are working in a version of string theory where you can live in just one of these states and others don't exist. So at the moment, we do not have any versions of the string theory where this happens. So this explains you why we decided.
Okay, this is very good. Let me just say, I'm going to let you right in. Let's just say my concern, my anxiety about an untestable theory, string theory, being used as proof of another untestable theory, called the multiverse. That, just as a debater, worries me. How would you answer that?
I would answer it by saying that this claim that string theory predicts multiverse, we can find a little more different possible universes based on very strong approximation. It's very untrue. None of these universes which have been constructed, partially constructed, makes sense. None of these, well, I think that's very hard to consider.
But it is
But none of them is a dynamical universe. Each one of them, at the very least, has a singularity as bad as the Big Bang singularity always talking about. And none of these people who study these universes has resolved that singularity. So none of them really makes mathematical sense.
Although the anxiety over what happened before the Big Bang sort of goes away if there's lots of universes being made, right? I mean, that's.
Well, I think you haven't dealt with the pressing problem, which is what happened in the singularity.
Okay.
And I'll pick up on that. You say that you have 10,500 something, but each one of these somethings is generating multiverse on its own. And there's serious problems just with one of those multiverses. Having to do with 500. Rabbi doesn't fix anything. And the problems are that you can have infinite many pocket universes. You have infinite many stuff. You can't even count them up, so you can't tell what you're predicting, which is more common than something else. And in particular, I feel a technical question: how do you do probabilities? So someone mentioned Las Vegas today.
As a non-scientist, you mentioned that earlier.
The way people use probabilities to come with these multiple determinate universes, you could run it. And not solid probabilities. Everyone's still scrambling, trying to get it to work. Just for one, having 10 to 500
Maybe you can get it coming from Alan here.
Yeah, I think we probably should explain a little bit about this so-called measure problem, which Neil mentioned by name, by description. There is a measure problem, I think, and the basic issue is that everything can happen, will happen a number of times, which means that if you want to say that some type of event is more common than another type of event, it's hard to compare them each happening times. So that is a problem which I have to agree is not a problem we can really solve, but it is a problem we can make a lot of progress on. there are ways to regularize the counting, decide what order the counting is in. So, for example, if you talk about the integers as an example of the set, if you ask what fraction of them are even, if you put them in the normal order, half of them are even, half of them are even. If you decide you can forget the order, you might realize that you can order the integers the way that any fraction you want. The first two odd integers followed by the first even integer followed by the next two odd integers followed by the next even integer. If you get my drift, you arrange all the integers, every integer appear at once, so that 2/3 of them look like they're odd. So you need a regularization procedure, some way of ordering the counting to make the probabilities unique. And people have been studying that now for 5 to 10 years. We certainly have prescriptions that give reasonable answers. We don't yet know what determines the right prescription, so this is, I think, an unsolved problem. But the fact, to me, the fact that it's an unsolved problem doesn't mean we have to abandon the field. We've always had unsolved problems. We simply go ahead and find ways to solve them. And I think that's what we should be following here.
It tells me the theory isn't completed.
Well, it means the theory needs to be completed. That's right. Because the theory is not complete. I agree with that.
But isn't it the case that sometimes theories predict solvable issues that are contained within our incomplete understanding, right? And in some ways, a multiple universe is kind of like the reordering of the integers. Why do we have them this way? They could be any way. And then suddenly the theory is, why are you ordering them this way? And are you somehow biased by the fact that you've decided having a one universe that if you just abandoned that for a moment, you could understand more? I guess from my standpoint, Dr. Ludet, you went from a theory that you believed in the beginning would never be checkable and then was by the time satellite. On some level, it seems like you've chosen a theory that really can never be tested. You said an alternative universe. Is that the case, or do you think there is a testable sort of scenario here, either in your lifetime or mine?
Well, let's nevertheless first of all understand what we like to do. For example, it's very difficult to check every integer because there are integers in a number. Then let's stop checking, let's stop counting because we need to learn or get strange attitude. What we learn, we have a totally different possibility of the picture of the universe. And until this possibility is ruled out, you are living with it. And then if you want to rule it out, then you should find experimental evidence negates this picture of multiverse. Because it's not the picture of universe which is fundamental. It's a picture of like how many people there. Why do you think that it's fundamental to have all these people being alive? That's absolutely ridiculous. Like all these colors, everything is built because of the same electricity, chemistry, few simple rules. They have so many different colors. You want to try to predict a theory which says that everything must be red. I just happened to came from the country where everything was supposed to be red. And I was amazed when I came to this country and I found that they weren't the same. So that is just strange because we really have this possibility to vote, you come there and there is one name there. So how do you choose? So having no choice, it's a very, very strange choice to make. Now, if you have a basic picture that you have multiverse, then you may try to find an experimental evidence saying that is universe. If you say that you cannot find experimental evidence in favor of universe, then you are the loser. But then there is something else to it. Sometimes this idea of the multiverse, and the reason why it was so greeted by string theory community was that sometimes it allows you to address questions which are otherwise are not addressed, or at least for many, many years we were trying to address them when we failed. And one of these reasons was why energy density. It will look stupid, but this is one of the most complicated questions physics was trying to address. Why empty space doesn't have any energy? Whatever. So in quantum field theory, actually not only in this, but this empty space can have extremely large energy, which Einstein called cosmological constant. So why this cosmological constant is zero? We are trying to prove that it is zero. We failed. For many years we tried and we failed once after another, and then suddenly cosmological observation said that it actually not zero. It's tiny, 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 almost nothing. It is 120 orders of magnitude smaller than the natural prediction of string theory, of every other science. So you come with this ridiculously small number, and explaining zero could be some maybe constellation, one another cancels. So this may be possible in principle later. We failed for 30 years, maybe we'll find out directly. But this is some of this 10 to the minus 120. The only explanation that we know right now is based on the string theory multiverse picture, because you have these 10 to the 500 different universes. In some of them, you have small value of vacuum energy. In those where vacuum energy is larger, you can live there because galaxies would be turned apart. In those where energy density is negative, those universes, in those universes where you can live, if you have choice of just one, this would be a magic surprise. Why 10 to the minus?
All right. So you make a compelling argument, but you also betray the notion that if you grew up in the Soviet Union before 1989, the idea of an alternative universe would be peculiarly attractive to such an individual. So all right, let's just call that over for a moment. You have an infinity problem with the multiverse that I want to hear about, and you have an alternative set of theories that I want to hear about. Andres, you go first.
So I will start by saying some of these issues I mentioned, probabilities and counting and elaborating on that. But I have to say that a lot of the differences amongst these have to do with how we meet clues about the unanswered questions. Are these unanswered questions about to be addressed in a way that doesn't change much, or are they shouting out for a radical change? And I, for one, am very happy to see hints from other ideas and also involving dark energy that there really might be a way to develop a true finite theory, just like there are all these modulators and all the counting problems and what the problems we have. And the hints come from horizons. Some of you have probably heard of black hole horizons. And there's a very interesting property. If you sit outside a black hole and watch something fall in, you will actually never see it across the horizon. Now, with the dark energy there's another thing that which is a similar horizon that is developing all around us, so that we will never, it's about the size of a third universe, that we will never see something excellent in that horizon. Now,
So the invisibility of things at the event horizon of a black hole is similar to the kinds of horizons that you envision for a finite universe. Right. Okay.
And so what you can envision is a confusion where there's very interesting physics happening on that horizon that actually seals it off. That's the whole thing.
Is that a little bit of what this graphic was? You can roll that again. You can sort of talk us through it. No, that's all right. Talk us through it.
So one of the interesting ideas associated with this idea is the information in the physics needed to describe that universe is actually finite. There's a finite number of possible states for the universe, there's a finite maximum entropy. And most of the interesting information resides actually on that horizon. In a way, the idea that there's a universe beyond there is an illusion that's created by the physics on this horizon. It's just seeing itself horizon. And in a universe like that, you don't have a universe. You have a finite, totally finite system. It's plenty big enough to describe what you can see. The other thing,
but the physics of that event horizon is not worked out. That's the second part.
So I think we all are, you take each one of us and we have a segment part, and it's sort of which seems the most exciting as a possible way to resolve these questions. So I find the finite universe very exciting. Although I have to say, having an earlier life unconventional college on the right here, I found it actually possible for a week to switch from the infinite universe to the finite one, but I'm glad I did.
It's
just beautiful.
Much.
There's 12 steps. There's
It's working out well.
alternative theories, Neil.
Right. So my reaction to the inflationary multiverse was to draw the conclusion that this line of research has come to an end. It's not fruitful when you end up with a theory that's not predictive. When it comes to the flying satellites, it was mentioned that this data is consistent with inflation. But the trouble is that there are so many models of inflation that actually you can adjust the models to do almost anything. And so I felt that's very deeply dissatisfying. So my reaction to it was to think, well, if we do try to complete the story, define the prequel to inflation, or really explain the singularity, and if we do try to complete what is going to happen to dark energy in the future, we might have a complete picture, and maybe it's much more predictive than inflation. And so I'm looking to use the failures of our current universe to guide us towards the future that we imagine, which mainly because that's the most complete mathematical framework we have, including gravity, quantum effects. And so if it begins with an empty, flat universe, in fact, two universes which are parallel to each other and separated by an extra dimension of space, that extra dimension has been magnified here so you can see it, but actually much smaller than the size of an atomic nucleus. The gap between these three-dimensional pictures of the universe is as follows. We start with an empty universe full of vacuum energy. It's the vacuum energy that causes these two universes to pull together and collide. When they collide, that's the Big Bang. It fills these two universes with matter and radiation. They form galaxies, and then the vacuum energy takes over, and the cycle repeats again and again. So this was our alternative to inflation we came up with. It's a cyclic universe scenario. We completed it in exactly the same detail that inflationary models completed. We made predictions before the satellites measured the sky. They agreed to exactly the same precision that the inflationary models agreed. It's not a satisfying theory yet because it too is very arbitrary. We had to introduce various free parameters and functions and so on, which I'm dissatisfied with. But I think it's really good to have a rival theory, a different picture of the history of the universe that does not involve inflation, it doesn't involve the multiverse, and it involves, it is dynamic. So if you're trying to explain the vacuum energy, which, as Andre mentioned, is deeply puzzling. Why is empty space full of vacuum energy whose value is so minuscule in the units we would expect it to be? It's 10 to the minus 120 units we would expect it to take. How can we explain that? One way is that the universe is just very, very old. It's been cycling and cycling and cycling for long. It has gradually relaxed. And it turns out that the lowest possible positive value of vacuum energy is the one that lasts way the longest in such a universe. And we showed that. So there is a possibility in this scenario of actually explaining the puzzling value of the dark energy expansion.
All right, I'm going to conclude here in the last few minutes and get some final thoughts and mix it up a little bit. Just call me the dimwitted one universe guy. But I'm just wondering if there's really that much difference between a multiverse and the two universes colliding. I mean, once you get beyond one universe, you're already out there. So I'm just wondering, multiverse, that's ridiculous. But here's two colliding universes. That's not ridiculous. Help me out with that a little bit.
That's a very good point. And you see, well, they're large. This picture was inspired by string theory. If you ask me, do I honestly believe there are two universes? No, I don't. I believe this is a mathematical framework which points us to how we can describe the singularity itself. in a way which does not involve infinities. Okay, so the study about matter was infinite. You need to get rid of that infinity you describe. In this two-universe picture, when they combine, the density is finite. The Big Bang had a finite density in this model. That is a hint as to what kind of mathematics we need to describe the mathematical resolution of the Big Bang signal. And that's what makes me very excited. I see a more compelling theory around the corner.
Rebuttal, final thoughts from
First of all, I should point out that very few people interpret either the quantum data or the LHC data the way that Neil was. I sort of don't know what he's talking about. Neil,
that's true of all four of you.
Neil advertises his two universes clapping theory as a way of avoiding the infinities of the multiverse. But the multiverse has a measure problem because everything that can happen will happen an infinite number of times. And that can happen will happen an infinite number of times. So as far as I'm concerned, the measure problem is just as real in this model as in eternal inflation. It should be pointed out that this model, as these brains are flooded, they're also exponentially expanding perpendicularly.
Brains refers to the surfaces. They're called brains, membranes.
So he again has an exponentially expanding resolution, whatever, or anything that points towards string theorists are telling us, as far as I can tell, almost every string theorist, there are some exceptions, but almost every string theorist believes there are many more states than essentially one state that yield the need for this simple model that goes on with two brains colliding and nothing else ever happens.
So string theorists say things and we respond to the strings. We call that puppetry. Maybe we should just stop listening to the string theorists and you have to answer that. But your final thoughts, your rebuttals.
Let me share some final thoughts. So, the sum total of all human knowledge is finite. It always will be. So really our theories should be built in infinity. Now the concept of infinity can be useful in mathematics, but it's only ever proven useful in cases where it might be infinity, maybe just very large, and the math has to work pretty well for that to be useful at all. And so we've got finite data. We should have theories built about infinity. We have theories of the universe work just fine for finite data, for finite ideas, and not depend on infinities to make the whole thing work. Finite is what we're made of. Finite is how language works, how programs work, how practicalities of mathematics work. Pi is an even number. You can get a nice round number for your car. You can move a little bit rounder. You can extend pi a little bit more. But the finite works just fine, and we should follow that physics.
But isn't it also an argument that the infinity doesn't matter as much as we think? No matter how much anxiety we have, you can still go buy a perfectly good tire.
Well, except that my colleagues say we have to really depend on these infinities. Discussions. They really insist on the infinity.
Neil, for you, a final thought or rebuttal, and then I'll hear from Andre. I have a couple of questions about how I would dress in an alternative universe.
Yeah, I do think the lesson of the last 30 years is the universe has turned out to be stunningly simple. And I think the challenge for theorists like us is to come up with simple, clear, predictive theories which give compelling results. And that would be to continue the tradition of theory, which is as one science has managed to discover magic in these simple. I think it's unfortunate that over the last 30 years there's been this proliferation of models. It's due to, I would say, a lowering of standards. We accepted models as legitimate, which failed to to explain the most significant mysteries about things.
Well, not to prejudge the outcome in any sense here, I do have to say that for me, as someone who's this tension between the proliferation of incomprehensible models anxiety that you've talked about here, but there's also this sense of suspending a set of biases that we need simplicity, or we need a particular order, or we need things to proceed according to our notions of time, all kinds of things that are built-in biases that we have. And one of the things that's attractive to me about the multiverse theory, and I wonder if you can take us out here, Andre, is the idea that if we put aside as many of our biases as we possibly can, some of these things seem more interesting and attractive. If I was in one universe, would I be able to detach myself and know about the other universe in any sense whatsoever, or are we imprisoned in our individual universes, and there may never be an Andre speaking to Andre from two different universes?
Interesting thing that when I was taking the riding taxi to San Francisco, and that was amazing. 40 minutes. She was asking me all kinds of detailed questions about the multiverse and string theory and everything.
It may not be helping your case here.
But nevertheless, in the end, he also started asking me, I couldn't believe it. He started asking me, and how do you answer this question which Napoleon asked about the existence of God? And then he said, oh, now I will drive all with you because it was so interesting. What happens is that we are witnessing the change of our attitude of how science is going to be built. Some of the leaders of modern science, like Stephen Weinberg, whom I immensely respect, he said that what is going on right now with the theory of multiverse, what is going on resembles him what happened with the creation of special theory of relativity. Because when we start asking questions in a completely different way, when we envision a picture of our world in completely different terms from what happened before, well, it is like devil is out of the bottle already, or genie, or out of the bottle. Yes, whoever it is, it's very difficult to put it back. And now this is what you see yourself here is an experimental proof. There is some reason of interest in this. The number of people who study this alternative cosmology does not change in time. It is Neil Burke and Paul Stanford. The number of people who is interested in the multiverse, like 30 years ago, it was equally small. And then it started expanding exponentially. And starting from 2003, it just grows and grows. Now, if you Google,
there were very few people getting tattoos back then too. I don't know if that's it.
I must admit one thing though, because something is teaching us modesty, and that's just Googling trends. Okay, so Googling trends on the universe and the multiverse, and they check trends on the universe gradually grows down, but then some peaks. And I was so encouraged that probably it's Planck satellite. And I've seen this peak of the interest is Miss Universe from Brazil. but now the interest in the multiverse steadily grows. And you are the experimental to us.
So it's decided that we will reconvene this discussion and reconvene the whole multiverse discussion next year in Brazil. I want to thank Andre Albrecht, Alan Guth, Neil Turok, and Andre Linde for a fascinating discussion. Thanks to all of you. I'm John Huckleberry.
What is the soul? Where is it? Can you measure it? Touch it? Recreate it? Do near-death experiences, reincarnation, and unexplained brain activity indicate the existence soul? These are questions that have intrigued and haunted people since they first walked the earth. Today, in the 21st century, experts are closing in on some answers, using new technology and new understandings to unlock the secrets of the soul. "21 grams, less than 1 ounce, a weight attributed to the soul by a Boston physician in 1907. Dr. Duncan McDougall conducted a ghoulish experiment. He watched 6 people die. Dr. McDougall wanted to know whether the soul existed, so he built a delicate scale to determine whether humans got lighter at the moment of death. In just one of the deaths, McDougall recorded a weight change of less than 1 ounce, 21 grams. His experiment got a tiny mention in the New York Times, more of a curiosity than news. Although no one since has been able to duplicate McDougall's macabre test, it's still remembered today as the first time that modern science attempted to quantify the existence of the soul. Cultures since the beginning of civilization haven't needed nor relied on scientific evidence of its soul. A core belief for most cultures and religions is that when our bodies die, there is an immortal part of us that remains past death, our soul.
All the world's great major religions talk about us as being souls, as truly being spiritual beings that are incarnated here in our bodies, and that the death of our physical body is not the death of us, it's the death of the body. That us, that special spark that is us, I call that the soul. It leaves.
There's a lot of question right now about how much of the irrational, mysterious, supernatural aspects of life we can explain through science. And many, many scientists are directing their attention toward those questions. And I applaud that. But I also think that religion is a language for the stuff that we don't understand. And one of the reasons that religion is so fascinating to me is that it is, by definition, paradoxical. Like, things don't fit rationally together. You want to live forever and you want to keep changing. You want to have an immortal soul and you want to hug your grandma. You know, these things don't fit together. They're not rational.
To trace the history of the modern Western view of the soul, the trail begins in the 3rd century BC. Alexander the Great swept across Europe and Asia, and Greek thinking spread like wildfire. The Greeks, above all others, set the stage for what we believe about the soul today.
The Greeks believed that your body was unimportant, in fact, even bad. It was the place where all of your most base impulses resided. So lust, greed, hunger, childbearing, everything that was yucky about human life resided in the body. And everything that was good and true about human life resided in the soul, which was in the head. So when you died, your soul ascended to God, and your body resided in the ground. You didn't need it anymore.
The Greeks believed in reincarnation, that the soul could move on to a new body. As Christianity conquered the world, the Greek idea of body and soul being separate things was eclipsed by the evolving Christian notion that body and soul are part of the same whole.
Because in the Greek context, you had your soul went up to heaven after you died, and your body was dirt, dust. The Christian teaching is that your body and your soul are one thing. You can't have one without the other. Together they make you.
Christian ideas of what does my soul look like raise questions that people joke about, but it remains one of life's great mysteries, where we go and what we are after we die, and which me is my soul.
Am I me when I was 26? Am I me when I am 80? Am I me with my wrinkles, or am I me without my wrinkles? Am I me with my cancer? Am I me without my cancer? You know, those questions start to get people hung up, and then they start to become funny and silly. But the yearning itself is real and powerful, so it's a conundrum, like all of these things.
Christian beliefs eventually deviated even further from the Greeks, who considered the soul separate from the body, like an energy force. Christian souls were more like ghosts with shapes.
And in Dante's Inferno, etc., we see all these souls. Okay? They seem like bodies. Dante can recognize them, but they're souls. They're souls that are shaped like bodies, so they've taken on a certain amount of somatism, which I think shows how hard it is for Christianity to separate body and souls. That even these souls, which were pronounced as completely immaterial, there's no matter, nevertheless, they can be perceived.
The West inherited a combination of Greek and Christian apocalyptic ideas about what the soul is, which is more confounding today than it was in its own time. If the soul leaves the body after death, where does it go in the years, or even centuries it may have to wait until the day that Jesus returns to judge the living and the dead?
What do you do in the period between the last judgment and when a person dies? What is the soul? Just on itself. I mean, how do we envisage the soul? It's very, very difficult.
What the scholars of early Christianity say, for example, is that we've made it into a mush. That in those days, there was a word for resurrection, which meant resurrection. And there was a combination of words for immortality and soul, which meant something different. And now when we talk about heaven and afterlife, we mush it all together. And we mean heaven, and we mean resurrection, and we mean immortality of the soul, and we mean seeing grandma, and we mean seeing Jesus, and we mean hearing harps, and we don't disentangle these ideas. But in the ancient world, they were very distinct views. You were either in the immortality of the soul camp, or you were in the resurrection camp.
Since resurrection involves bodies and immortality involves souls, René Descartes tried to reconcile the two by focusing on consciousness. In the 17th century, he famously wrote, "I think, therefore I am." Since then, scientists believed that if there is a soul, it resides somewhere in the brain, but they haven't found it yet. And today, we're still grappling with the problem. Is the existence of a soul a question for science or religion to answer?
Religion is a way for us to talk about and think about those aspects of human life that are beyond us. And so let science keep probing, because it must. And yet, let us keep acknowledging, through whatever language works for us, whether it's poetry or art or religion, I think the soul is one of those things. We want to believe that there's something special about us that lives forever. And we want to believe that we will commune with those we love. And someday we don't want to lose those people. And those yearnings are powerful and important.
Those yearnings require that consciousness be something separate from the brain, that it is something not material, but magical. The spiritual among us believe one thing.
I have seen men and women, old, young, all faiths, all gender orientations, atheists, believers, all religious traditions. I believe it is a universal human phenomenon. It's part of being human, that we are all souls, and that each soul sometimes has the capacity to have a spiritual experience in certain circumstances.
The scientific among us hold another view.
I don't think consciousness is some supernatural soul that is not measurable scientifically, that's somehow associated with our natural brain. I also don't think there's a mystical world beyond what we can measure. If something actually exists, then it's part of the real world, and ultimately we should be able to detect it.
A Louisiana boy offers incredible evidence that Shansanist offers proof that the soul is real, that it can be reincarnated, and that science can study it. According to a 2007 Pew Research Center poll, 81% of Americans say they believe in an afterlife. 45% believe in ghosts.
I personally had an experience where I saw the spirit of my grandfather after he died. And I haven't gone to the place where I believe it was true. And yet it felt true to me. It felt real to me. And I am very sympathetic with those feelings that people have. They see the ghosts or the spirits of people they've lost. They have a traumatic physical experience and they see things. And I actually think that soul is more a matter of faith than proof.
Today, scientists are studying people who make a compelling case that they used to be someone else. At the University of Virginia, a group of psychiatrists use science to unlock the secrets of reincarnation. Since the 1960s, the Division of Perceptual Studies has been collecting cases of children who claim past life memories. They now have files on 2,500 children.
Well, I think what the research shows is that for people who are open to considering the possibility, that there is evidence that consciousness events can exist separately from consciousness. So, in the cases of these children's reports, if you look at the best carryover of memories and emotions, it seemed carried over from one life into another.
May 2000, Lafayette, Louisiana. A mother awakens to hear the screams of her 2-year-old son.
He was laying on his back, and he was kicking his feet up like this and pounding his fists like this, just kicking and screaming at the top of his lungs.
Andrea Leininger cannot soothe her baby James. Eventually, he falls back to sleep. She thinks the nightmare is over, but really, it is just beginning.
It's like he had another one. It was the exact same thing. The same exact kicking motion. And the more he had it, the more bizarre it became because it was so specific and so repetitive.
This marked the start of one of the best documented cases of possible reincarnation in history. Today, James Leininger is 12.
I play sports, baseball, soccer, go to Ascension Episcopal School. I have a lot of friends there. The other kids, when they were younger, saying, I want to be a fireman. I want to be an astronaut. But I was always, I want to be a fighter pilot. I want to be in the Marines. Oh, you guys are school pictures. Yeah. Oh, they came out nice.
From the age of 3, James's parents began to hear stories from their son that shocked them. That their son was recalling things that connected him to a Navy pilot who died in 1945. They were skeptical. Bruce is an HR manager in the oil industry. Andrea is a former ballerina turned instructor. As Christians, they never believed in reincarnation, but they began to piece together an amazing story. The first clue came from the terrifying, non-stop nightmares that James began having at the age of 2.
He was saying, airplane crash on fire, little man can't get out. Airplane crash on fire, little man can't get out. That's when I was like, oh my God, is that what he's been dreaming this entire time?
What he was saying wasn't registering as much on me as what he was doing. He was flailing around in bed. I remember the very specific thought I had of that one. This looks like The Exorcist. He was freaking out. I had this thought he possessed.
He was wide awake.
I was reading to James, and then he sat up. He goes, Mama, the little man's going like this. And he laid down, and he goes, and he did the same thing he did in his dream. He's kicking his feet up, and he goes, little man's going like this. Ooh, 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 can't get out, can't get out. And I sat him back up, and I said, who's the little man? He goes, me. It still makes my hair stand up. And Bruce said, what happened to your plane? He said, it crashed on fire. I said, why did your airplane crash? He said, he got shot. I said, who shot your plane? He went, the Japanese.
James then gave his parents the next uncanny clue, one that was very specific. The name of a ship from which he says his aircraft took off.
So I said, well, didn't you both have a name? And so they told me. I'd never heard the word before. And I went down the hall, got onto the computer, Googled it, and down around hit 300, all of it was this thing. The Toma Bay CDE 62. Clicked on it, and up comes this history of World War II aircraft carrier. So that was the beginning.
Aircraft carrier in the water was stupid, staring at it for a long time.
I had no answers. How could he know this? How could he know a person? How could he know a ship? And what did all this mean? So that was where I really said, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know what I'm going to find, but I'm not going to stop looking until I get as many answers as I can get.
This was enough to send Bruce on an investigation, doing his own research. Over the next 2 years, he learned about the men from the Natoma Bay, both living and dead. And James kept giving his parents an additional, tantalizing.
I just didn't remember what your name was, and he always said James. And I thought, well, he's 2, he's confused. He thinks I'm asking him what his name is.
Then James started drawing.
That was one of my mission things. Yeah.
That's one of my things.
The same thing, over and over, like a movie, compressed all into one frame. An air battle. Flak. A plane on fire. And his signature, James 3.
So one day I was in the kitchen, I was washing dishes, James had breakfast. He had the airplane, he was just flying around like this. And he goes, Mama, before I was born, I was a pilot, my airplane got shot in the engine and crashed in the water, and that's how I died. And I was just froze. It was such a bizarre thing to say. But it was just that matter of fact. There was no drama, there was
to be a pilot with an attention to.
And he set up a little cockpit, and he had a little play school console, and it was going to be a cockpit, and he'd go back and forth. All of a sudden, the door comes flying open, and he comes rolling out of it. He said, James, what happened to you? He says, I said, you fall? He says, no. He says, my plane got shot. I bailed out.
The next breakthrough came when Bruce was invited to the Natoma Bay Veterans Reunion. He asked about the names of men killed in battle, and this led him to finally solving the mystery of James 3.
He called me on the phone and he said, you won't believe this, there's only one guy from the Natoma Bay who was killed during that battle for Hiroshima, and his name was James M. Houston Jr. And I said, wait, that would make our James 3. I was so excited. I'm like, that's it. I'm like, that's him. It's James M. Houston. His name is James 3.
World War II Navy pilot. At age 21, on March 3, 1945, his plane was shot down over Chichijima. Now, the skeptical parents were sitting on compelling proof that their little boy really was reincarnated. Louisiana boy James Leininger spent his childhood recounting memories of being a World War II Navy pilot. Memories of a past life his parents could no longer ignore. From the age of 2 to 6, James continued to provide pieces of evidence of the incredible possibility that he was James Houston, reincarnated.
This plane, the Wildcat, is the plane that James M. Houston crashed in. And he was a test pilot for Corsair. He would test fly those off of carriers. The F-18 is the plane I want to fly. when I grow up.
Since he was 2, James showed an unusual fascination for military air shows and an uncanny familiarity with her. And at first, she didn't know what to think about the little boy who claimed to be her brother, reincarnated. But then, James asked her for a painting that only one person other than her knew existed.
She said this January 16th, 2006. It says, "Dear James, I do hope that this is the picture you asked for. It is the only one of me done by my mother. I am sorry to be so long sending it to you. These past few weeks have been very busy and hectic. I hope you like it. With my love, Annie."
James believed then, as he does now, that it was the dead pilot's soul asking for that picture.
I had asked her for a painting that my past mother had done for her and me. This was in her attic for 50 or so years. My parents and she thought it was crazy that I would know about something like this.
And too became a believer. And there were other, more chilling connections. James had 3 G.I. Joes. He named Billy, Walter, and Leon. Names his parents thought were strange for a boy to choose.
Bruce is like, "Hey James, what are you gonna name your G.I. Joe?" He just plain goes, "Walter." So we're like, "Walter?" Bruce goes, "How come you named your G.I. Joes Billy, Walter, and Leon?" And he goes, "Because that's who met me when I got to heaven." And it was one of the moments where like the blood drained out of our face, and we just kind of walked backwards. Bruce went in the office, I went in the office, we closed the door. He's in there going through papers like this. I'm like, "What are you looking for? What are you looking for?" He finds this piece of paper. And he's like, and he says, "Billy Peeler, Walter Devlin, Leon Connor were all in the same squadron as James Houston." I was like, "When did they die? Did they die before?" Throwing papers around, pulls out another sheet. He looked at the dates of death, and they all died before James Houston died.
No.
Although James's dad remained skeptical that reincarnation might really be possible, what happened next was uncanny.
So we're cleaning in the yard. He's playing in the lead. I said, "I just love you to bits." And he goes, "Well," he said, "I knew you'd be a good daddy when I picked you." I said, "What?" He said, "Well, I found you. I knew you'd be good parents." My head was shrinking to the size of a raisin in my brain. He said, "What do you mean that you found?" I said, "Well, I found you and Mommy. I found you and Mommy in Hawaii."
James told his father that he saw them in a pink hotel, which is where the Leiningers were staying when they decided to have James. Bruce and Andrea were cautious about asking doctors and psychiatrists for help. They decided to find their own solution to James's ordeal. And their solution was to go to Japan, to the very expansive ocean where the pilot, James Houston Jr., died.
Now you are the pilot of the souls of men.
The boat was right above where the wreckage of the plane was. And Bruce did this beautiful memorial service, and so I thought that was a perfect moment for me to just say, I sat down with him. I said, Jim Houston's been a part of your life for a part of who you are, but you have a life to live as James Leininger, and it's time for you to say goodbye to Jim Houston. And he just started bawling. He cried for about 20 minutes. It was the saddest thing I ever seen.
He had everyone on the boat.
Crying. I still look at you.
Good boy.
You're such a brave soul. Such a brave soul.
Changed.
Left something there.
He really did. It was palpable. You could see that he'd mourned that and everything that had happened. It was ready to move on, and he really did at that point. That's kind of when everything really changed.
We're going to be the same thing that James and Houston was, a pilot.
The next picture that James Leininger drew was one of peace. The nightmares stopped. The memories started to fade.
I don't want him to remember anything about his past life. He has a life, and I don't want him to be bogged down or confused or.
He's our son. not Jim Houston.
Not a life to live.
Today, James Leininger can remember nothing specific about the soul that used to torment him. At 12, he is an ordinary boy whose bedroom says something about who he is and who he believes he once was.
I'm in a Boy Scouts. I'm a first-class scout. The Boy Scouts. These are the books I got from Chichijima. Yearbooks. BB gun. My money bag. Phone. My grandmother's rosary. And my Star Wars stuff. And my Blue Angels.
He doesn't talk much about his past life memories with his friends, but he doesn't hide it either if classmates stumble across a story on the internet. To James, reincarnation is a fact of his existence. It's part of his soul.
I believe that the spirit that I used to have when I was 4, 5, 6 has gone away. I'm just James now. It's not. I still have James Houston in me, I think, but it's not so much the bad history. It's more of the peaceful history of his life. Instead of, I don't really think about my story so much. I just don't really talk about it. People ask me a question about it, I'll answer it.
I was skeptical the whole way. I still have a hard time really saying this really has happened. But it did. So the issue is, how does it happen? I don't know. Why it happens, we can sit here and guess about it, but the fact is that it does happen. And so people should listen closer. Should not just give it up because a 2-year-old saying something that might sound meaningless to you. From the point of view of the people that we've spoken to that are attempting to do something scientific with it, I can understand rational thinking. I'm a pretty rational guy. This is not something rational. I had a struggle with that spiritually. But I came to the conclusion that I now have a 3-dimensional belief system instead of 2-dimensional.
At the University of Virginia's Division of Perceptual Studies, Dr. Jim Tucker has examined James Leininger. Tucker has developed what he calls a strength of case scale for reincarnation, and he gives James a near-perfect score.
Average age when they first start speaking is 38 points. They're usually 2 or 3 years old. And some of them will talk about these things anytime, day or night. Sometimes the cases can start with nightmares where they change their lives. Some are intrigued, many are perplexed, some are upset. Some Christian groups in the States. But regardless of their reaction, the children will talk about this for some time, and then usually by the time they get to 5 or 6, and they seem to forget about it, they just go on with their life.
After 4 decades and 2,500 cases, the researchers at the University of Virginia have come to a startling conclusion. Reincarnation is real.
Which certainly suggests we continue on after 3 nights, which would indicate that the brain may not be the creator of at least part of our consciousness, but more as sort of a portal that the consciousness flows through, that there may be this other piece of existence separate from the physical world. There's this consciousness piece that may be independent of the physical world and the physical brains that it seems to come through.
Dr. Paul DeBell is a psychiatrist who specializes in what's called past life regression. Using hypnotism, he's taken countless patients on a voyage back in time to souls their bodies have forgotten. And he provides a recent example.
We call Mr. X, who was sexually abused as a child. And he was really angry about that, and so he came in for regression. So he suddenly found himself above a castle in Austria in 1630. He was actually a she, just washing the floors of this castle.
DeBell firmly believes that what he is doing is about finding the soul through science.
I think that spirituality today is at this point that psychology was 100 years ago. Nobody thought dreams could be understood. Nobody thought systematic investigation with hypotheses and experimental proofs that then will begin to gradually make progress.
Meanwhile, skeptics of reincarnation say that James Leininger's case is circumstantial at best.
In America, belief in reincarnation is growing. Part of this is driven by celebrities who say they believe in reincarnation. Julia Roberts recently told Elle magazine she thought of herself as very Hindu, and she talked about her daughter, her daughter clearly embodied somebody else. My personal opinion is that Americans like reincarnation because, comparatively speaking, life here is good. And it's one thing to want heaven, which is an eternal destination somewhere else, when life is bad on Earth. You want to get out.
Skeptics aside, to the Leiningers, the existence of the soul does not require the validation of scientists or psychiatrists. James's experience is proof to them of the afterlife. But the question remains, if the soul exists in every human, can it be found and measured by science? One neuroscientist is blazing new trails into how the brain works. He's looking for evidence of consciousness in people who show no signs of consciousness at all. The ancient Egyptians were obsessed with the afterlife, and they maintained that belief across thousands of years. They believed that our souls embodied life, so they perfected mummification. They even stored the mummy's internal organs. They believed the soul was located in the heart. As for the brain, they declared it had no function, so they removed it through the nose and threw it away. The ancient Greek philosopher Epicurus believed that the soul was made up of atoms dispersed into the cosmos after death. In the 17th century, philosopher René Descartes made a revolutionary declaration when he equated the soul with consciousness. I think, therefore I am. If the Egyptians believed that the soul was in the heart, Descartes was certain that it resided somewhere in the brain. The field of neuroscience was born. Scientists started to move around, looking inside the human brain, searching for the soul, but they never found it. No one is even sure where to look within the brain's 100 billion neurons. Some scientists even say it's an impossible mystery to solve, given the brain's complexity. But others are determined to prove that the brain is the key to unlocking the secrets of the soul.
In medical school, we were given a brain to dissect as part of our neuroanatomy class. And they brought out this preserved brain with formaldehyde. It was my opportunity to do a brain dissection. And you have a manual, so I put the manual next to me, and they give you a little probe, and they tell you, okay, first thing to do is start to probe away from the cortex and gently remove this layer of cells. And I thought to myself, did I just, peel away what would have been this patient's recollection of a summer during a childhood picnic, or a relationship with a particularly significant person in their lives? What did I just remove from this piece of brain that was once something?
Well, I think soul and mind are interchangeable. I think, as a neuroscientist, mind and brain are interchangeable.
For 20 years, Dr. Adrian Owen has been studying which parts of the brain are active for different specific activities.
Our mind is a product of the complex brain that we have. I think the reason you feel that you have a soul and my soul is different to your soul is because my brain is different to your brain.
For Dr. Owen, the brain is the key to solving the mystery of who we are. And he's trying to prove that by working with patients in vegetative states.
Have you look at some pictures, Chris? I want you to try and look. Right, here's you and Randy and Walt. They're all in your uniforms.
Chris was an officer in training at West Point Military Academy. In 2007, his car was rear-ended. He nearly died. Instead, he survived with permanent brain damage. But the Chris that was there, a young, bright cadet with his life ahead of him, was gone.
Chris, you see the picture of you and your friends?
And you can imagine in your worst nightmares. I've seen families go through this, but until it happens to you, there are times when you feel like, they're not there. Other times that you feel like very strongly that he's there, he's listening, making eye contact with me. And it's so hard to pinpoint. Where is he? Is he here? Is he locked in? We don't really have any answers. I don't believe that Chris doesn't have a soul. I think there's that spark of life that leaves you at the moment of death is basically what the soul is. And Chris might not have be conscious, but he's still here. I definitely feel like the soul is more than just consciousness.
Chris, I have a hammer and a ball. I want you to look at the ball.
What Dr. Owen's research is trying to prove is whether Chris is, clinically speaking, as conscious now as he was before his accident.
With consciousness, you have a big problem. The only way I can tell you that I am conscious is through some sort of action, either by telling you or by demonstrating. If you take something like so-called disorders of consciousness, vegetative state, minimally conscious state, you don't have those things with some of these patients. They are by definition unable to produce the sorts of responses that the rest of us would use to demonstrate that we're conscious.
For Dr. Owen, what began as a simple study of consciousness turned into an unprecedented discovery. He conducted tests on a 23-year-old woman in a vegetative state. The results have revolutionized science's understanding of the brain.
She was the victim of a road traffic accident and had been examined periodically for 5 months. And on each examination had all of the necessary criteria for a diagnosis of vegetative state. So we put her in an fMRI scan and we asked her to imagine playing a game of tennis.
In this scan, when you hear the word tennis, I want you to imagine standing on a tennis court playing a game of tennis.
We picked this task because it's something that we've tried many times in healthy volunteers. We know this produces quite a specific activation in an area, middle of the front of the brain, the supplementary motor area. This area controls upper body movements. If you lie in the scanner and imagine moving your body around as you would if you were playing a game of tennis, you get very strong activation in this area of the brain. So while she was in the scanner, we instructed her when she heard the word tennis, we wanted her to start imagining this task and carry on until we said rest. And when we did this, her brain activated just like a healthy volunteer. So on this basis, we concluded that she wasn't vegetative at all. She was entirely conscious and aware. That was pretty exciting. We had another task that we used. It was important to show that this wasn't just an automatic reaction. If we changed the task, the brain activation would change. So we used a type of spatial navigation task. It pretty much always activates an area deep inside the brain called the parahippocampal gyrus in healthy volunteers. Never seen it before in a vegetative patient, but nonetheless, when we asked her to imagine moving in her house, the parahippocampal gyrus activated just as it would in a healthy volunteer.
Owen's groundbreaking work opens new questions about where consciousness begins and ends. Scotty was a New York City police officer who was hit by a car in 2002.
I feel he's here. When I speak to him, I don't know how to put this in.
I think he's still there. Oftentimes I sit aside and say to myself,
What does he